feeling cold against your skin. Running through the chaos, letting all the sin. Temptation in a bottle, ready for the night. Craving for the thrill, it's time to ignite. Dark desires burning bright, echoes in the dead of night. No retreat, no looking back on this heart attack.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, how are you? Good to be back here for your Saturday night. Going to bring you some updates about this Hantavirus. I really want to talk to you about what is going on over the next, say, 24 hours. I think a lot of people are really stressed out over it. I think we should all take a breath. It's not going to be, it's not going to be the outbreak 2.0. You know, someone is going to clip that in like 2 months' time. They're going to be like, Ping, why did you say that? You jinx the entire world. But I don't think so. I think there's so few people with it. I feel like I'm forecasting the future here. Um, I don't think so. Look, these type of things pop up. It's like when we had the Ebola outbreak that was going wild for like a month or so. And there was all these cases that were popping up, and they made it to mainland the US, and eventually it just dissipated, and it'll eventually calm down. They got the isolation done, and you know, everything that should have happened with COVID happened properly with that one. I am hoping we have the freaking camera issues fixed. I spent like hours last night trying to fix them. We still had freezing on yesterday's recording. So if you go back to yesterday's recording, it wasn't as frequent as some of the other days, but we still had like it would freeze up and then go back to being like the normal image. I really don't know what is causing it. We haven't changed anything on this side. We've had this camera for like a year. Never changed anything of it. It's been in the same position. It's been plugged into the same thing. There's no software updates that have happened. It's been the same thing. So I have upgraded the firmware on it. I've done a couple of things with the settings, hoping maybe that might fix it. If that doesn't fix it, I'm probably gonna have to email the company who makes the camera and see if they can figure out like why is it doing it, because we've never had these issues before. Never ever. They've just sort of started up in like the last month or so, and I'm at a loss. Like, I am at a loss. I do not understand why it is freezing up all of a sudden, and then don't know. I don't know. Yeah, there's a spelling mistake. That's right. I can barely see. Like, I got up and I was like, "What time is it? I have to make a show. Sure, I could do that." And I was like, just like in the freaking software that does the image generation and the doing the image stuff. And I was like, "Yeah, that'll do." Throw some photos of some rats in there. Like, I was half asleep. So if it's got a spelling mistake, I'll fix it later. I'll pick I just wanted to get the show up because it's really important that it gets up and it starts sending out notifications to people. Montana said, "It's hard for me to believe this hantavirus will get out of control." Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to become, I don't think they're going to shut down the entire world or anything. But I'll tell you something interesting. When we all started hearing about COVID at the time, do you guys remember that? And it was do you guys remember when that happened? We started hearing these like little bits of news coming out of China. Like, must have been like about before Christmas, something like that. And we kept hearing about like this cold and flu or something, and it was overtaking medical wards in mainland China, and we keep hearing about it sporadically on the news. And then we start seeing people flying around with face masks on the plane. And the one I really remember was it was Super Bowl week in Miami, and it was my Niners versus Kansas City. And all the people, all the sports reporters and all that that were flying into Miami, they were all like wearing face masks. And I was like, face masks? Who the hell's going to wear a face mask? I was like, what are they doing, freaking weirdos? And it sort of foretold our future. Less than 2 months later, we all started getting placed into freaking lockdowns that lasted, well, if you lived in Melbourne, where I live, freaking 2 years of lockdowns. Yeah, we had a break over the summer months and they opened back up, but basically when we got back into the colder weather, yeah, we got shut down again and basically got put back into restriction. It was brutal. I hope I never ever have to go through that again. That was freaking stupid. Um, I think a lot, I think one of the things that a lot of the places around the world have said anyway is the response to COVID was wrong, and that if they were going to do it now, they've learnt a lot of lessons that they of what not to do. So I think that there would be a different response now if something, look, this is not going to go worldwide, but say on the 0.000000001% chance that it somehow escaped a containment facility in Nebraska and somehow made it into the general population, I still think it's probably not going to be the response that we saw during COVID. When that I think when that happened, the world just freaked out. They just didn't know what to do. And I think that showed that a lot of the governments around the world were poorly planned for something like that, like severely poorly planned. Like they just had no idea what to do. They're like, yeah, we'll shut down airports. And then it was still spreading everywhere. And they're like, oh, yeah, we don't know what to do. What should we do? Like they just had no idea. And I hoping this is probably not gonna be what happens here. Let's just hope we get these people home to their countries, get them into isolation for however long this is. I've heard some people saying it can be a really long, incubation period to be infected, like the guy that headed back to Europe. He was fine when he left the ship, ended up heading home and getting sick, like falling sick, like, a week later. So, we'll have to wait and see. It's a long incubation period. Not like COVID. COVID's like a 4 to 7 day incubation period. So within a week if someone's been very ill. A bit different here. Montana said response was on purpose. In my opinion, control issue. Wow, could be. Jokes on you. Yeah, well, it was. SPMR said, yeah, the response from people will be different. Too many people woke up to the control and dominance and won't stand for it again. One of the interesting things that happened down here in Victoria, there were like protests and there were people who were charged with crimes for going out and protesting against the lockdown. There were people who were charged with a crime. It's like on their criminal record that they went out and protested the restrictions. There was also people that were fined a lot of money. Most of those fines have now been like sort of swept under the rug and forgotten about. But some of the people actually were arrested. Like they were like, I ain't paying a fine for COVID. And there's police that came to their workplace and actually arrested them, saying that they had an outstanding fine for contact during the lockdown or whatever. And they had to go to the police station and pay a $20,000 fine. SP1 said, "Oh no, is it my internet or yours? My internet seems to be good. Our internet's good, yeah? It's gone down again? It might be ours. What is going on? No, my net's up and running. Oh, you're with Starlink? Okay, I hope we're okay. Laurie said 20,000. Yeah, it was like it had progressed like into over time to about $20,000. All right. If it starts freezing again and I start looking like I'm trapped in one position again for a long time, let me know, because we're really trying to figure out what these camera issues are. I really don't want to have to go buy a new camera. We just bought this one like 9 months, almost a year ago, and it's a good one. I don't want to replace it. I don't want to have to get rid of it. It's actually a really nice camera. Um, Solar flares? It's the solar flares. That's what's doing it. So yeah, look, what is going on? So we know that the ship, um, repatriation planes are confirmed, so they are heading there, which is great. It says here, that's not the article I want. Yeah. So there's an updated one here that says World Health Organization, yeah, screw those guys. CDC to meet, oh, CDC, Center for Disease Control, interesting. To meet hantavirus hit MV Hondius cruise ship in the Canary Islands. They are not screwing about. I've seen some of the setup for like what they're using. They've like built stuff and there's like people building around the clock trying to make like little containment areas. It is brutal. Like they are throwing the Canary Islands are very, very afraid. They are panicked. When you listen to like their government, they are panicked. They are really scared that like they're going to bring these people onto the islands, onto the port of is it Granadilla? They're going to bring them there, and there's going to be some sort of loss of containment or something. Like they are shitting bricks. They are really frightened. And they actually pushed back on this. They did not want the cruise ship to come there. They were like, nope, not doing it. Not having a cruise ship full of infected people come to our country. Not going to do it. No, 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 don't want it. And then I don't know, I guess the World Health Organization or someone got in contact with them and said, your law says that you have to help people. It's like under your own laws says that you have to, by worldwide agreement, you have to help these people. And they basically relented and went, fine, fine, we'll help them. And that is why they're going there. It was a whole rigmarole. Like this should have been done like a week ago, and it wasn't because they were screwing around trying to not have the cruise ship land there. So apparently, yeah. So an influencer on the ship. Of course, there is. There's an influencer everywhere, and he says all passengers remain without symptoms and are in good spirits. Hopefully, that is good news. Hopefully, that means no one now has now come down with the virus recently on board the ship, which maybe they got off all the people who were infected, like the guy who headed back to Europe and a couple other people. Hopefully, that means that that's it. If no one else on the ship is now ill, hopefully that means they've got it contained, and that means that when some of the Americans actually get back to Nebraska, hopefully their period in isolation won't be very long. Um, they say when they arrive, they will undergo a screening aboard the ship before passengers are repatriated to their respective countries. They have to go through a bit of like a medical, sort of like what happened during COVID, where they would like scan your head and they check your temperature and they'd be like, hey, you feel like you got the flu or anything? That type of thing. So they're just going to go through a bit of a quick medical. And then it says, as an American, the current plan is for us to be sent to Nebraska for quarantine and testing. So they are heading out. I showed you the facility last night. It's this cool place. I heard an interview with the one of the people who work there today, and he's saying like it's actually like a really nice place to be. He's like, we've got these rooms set up. They are basically like a hotel room. You got everything you need. You've got a TV, a bed, a shower. Like you got everything you could ever want. It's like he tried to explain it. He's like, it's just like an extended holiday. You're not going to be able to leave and go to any activities, but you can sort of do that. You can sort of come and stay here for a week. Um, hey, Alejandro, good to see you. The ship arrives in 10 minutes. Oh, can we see that somewhere? I want to see it. Can we get a webcam? Let me see. Let me see if I can get a webcam. Maybe we can get a webcam up. Let me see if this is what I can find. No, this doesn't. Wait, is this it? I don't know if this is it, but it's saying that what date is this? Apparently, this is the ship. I don't know if this is true, but here, I'll take you to it. I don't know when the last time it updated, but there's like a view here, a 360-degree view. They have their own sort of panoramic webcam on top of their ship, and if the person in the chat saying about 10 minutes, they look like they're about 10 minutes away from the port. They look like they're about 10 minutes away from getting into land there. So it looks like is the sun going down? Is it like what time does it say? About 4:11 in the afternoon, is that correct? It says it's about 4:11. Here, let's have a look. The time's a little off. It's actually I think it's 5:18 AM in the morning. 5:18 AM. So I don't know if that is correct. I don't know. I'm not sure, but this is one of these webcams. Maybe they killed it when they went out when they went out onto the water. Marilyn said, I think New Mexico has high cases of hantavirus. Well, I think locally, yes. Penguin said, someone from the ship is apparently in my state too. Hold on, let me see. I just want to see if we can get a webcam of the port. This one I don't like that much because I can't verify where it is. Let me see if I can get a. Um, let's see. Okay, Granadilla. Let's see if I can get a port webcam. Looks like there was a couple of webcams running yesterday, but I don't know what happened to them now. Yeah, I don't see one that's live right now that we can use. And the one that I can see, I don't. Oh, yeah, actually, there is one here, but it's very dark in the morning, guys. And I don't know if this is pointing in the right direction. It may not be, but it gives you sort of a look of what's going on very early in the morning out there. It is dark, really dark. So they're trying to sneak in under the cover of darkness. So it's very dark morning out there right now. I wonder if the island was prepared. I don't know. They didn't seem very happy about having this cruise ship come there. They basically had to they built some little structures at the port. I don't know what they're for. I guess to isolate just these people and separate them from people. They are then going to head into the airport where they've closed down a portion of it, and that'll be the only place these people can go. Then they're going onto the tarmac, getting on whatever plane they have to get on, and getting out of there. They want them off that island as quickly as possible. They do not want them there for a long period of time. The government of Grenadilla or Tenerife want them gone. So Marlene said, "Sign me up." Yeah, it is pretty. It is pretty there. Hey, good to see you guys. Montana said, lived in New Mexico for years. Were warned of cause, symptoms, and preventative measures. The panic is nuts. Yeah, I guess in some places like New Mexico, it's actually pretty common. Uh, it's well known. Local authorities have dealt with outbreaks over the years. So I don't think it's like I said earlier in the show, I don't think this is going to be like COVID 2.0. I just think it's very unfortunate that it happened in such a close, confined environment of a cruise ship. If it happened anywhere else, it wouldn't be like this. This is not what we'd be talking about at all. Let me see. I wonder if we can get a different side view of this area. I doubt we're going to see the cruise ship pull up to this wharf. It is not. I don't think this is big enough. A cruise ship is like, you know, hundreds of feet long, super tall. This is like for little boats. This is like for little baby boats, like the ones that go out on the water, like a like a like what you do on a Sunday afternoon, and you'd hop in your boat and go fishing. This is what this kind of wharf is for. Wharf for like a cruise ship, massive. You need like huge, huge wharf for it. So that is obviously not the one here. Let me see. Granite. So there was a live stream. I don't know if we can find. Wonder if we can see if they're running a new one now. There is a camera. Apparently, there is a camera out there. Nope. So it looks like they've taken down their they did have a live camera with the wharf, and I will show it to you just briefly so you guys can see it. If I can grab it again. They did have one where you could see it. Here we go. So apparently this is where it will dock, is what they're saying. And this is where it's expected to dock. This is not live. This was from a while ago. I don't know why they decided to come here and just point a camera at it when there's no ship there. They're just like, "Yes, we're gonna point a camera here for 12 hours," and there is no ship coming. So this is apparently where very isolated. It's a very isolated portion. I guess they really, again, don't want them near anyone else. So this is apparently where it will dock. And, yeah. Hey, good to see you. Hey, good to see you. We you had a couple of thunderstorms today. Alright, let's go back to our live webcam. We are having all sorts of weird internet issues today. I don't know why. I don't know why. There we go. Penguin said, "I didn't see a web sleuth tonight." I don't know. I'm not sure if they did anything tonight. I got no idea. I don't have a message from them. No idea. Sorry. I don't I don't know. They didn't tell me anything. Hey Texas, how are you? Yeah, hey, good to see you guys. People from England vacation there. Yeah, people go here all the time. There was a famous story out of this region a couple of years ago. You guys all in true crime would have remembered it. There was a young man. There was a young man, Jay Slater. Do you guys remember Jay Slater? Jay Slater's case was like it took over the internet for a period of time. He had gone there to go to a festival and party and listen to electronic music, and he went missing. They couldn't find him. They didn't know what happened to him, and there was like conspiracy theories and rumors, everything that sort of went wild for a period of time until they ended up finding his body off a ravine, and they, demonstrated there's Jay Slater right there. So this is a similar area, and, his case was probably maybe the reason you know of where this area is because of him. So he came to Tenerife, came here to party, and, never went home. Never went home, poor guy. So, yeah, that's the one I saw before, but I didn't see it looked if it was live. Um, is it live now, DJ? Because the one I saw was not live anymore. Here. Hold on, let me look at your wording. A AR-17. Yeah, that's the APT one. It's the same place, man. It's the same place. It's the same place, look. It's got those 2 funny looking ships there. It's the same one. Same place, same camera, same one. Just I think it's just a continuation of the old one. So they're showing, like, different areas. Yeah, I don't know what kind of ship that one is, but it's massive. I don't know what that ship does. Maybe something for oil tankers or something. But yeah, there you go. So they're just filming. I think they were hoping maybe the ship would rock up, but like the other person said, it's probably docking right now. Why they don't have a webcam right now? Maybe because it's in the middle of the night. It's like 5, 6 a.m. in the morning over there. So that might be why we can't we can't get a view of it. Yeah, see, it's the same place. This one's just really beautifully look at that weather, beautiful, during the day, so this one was a bit more sunshiny. So there you go. DWS is it is from DWS News. Okay, there seems to be someone sharing a live view, maybe from Reuters or something like that. So if you don't know how, that kinda works, there is it did? From DWS News, okay. There is, normally a link on Reuters, and you can buy access to it, and that's sort of how it works. That's maybe why it says AZ-17. Yeah, here we go. There you go. Thanks, Danny. I mean, not Danny, DJ, not Danny. There's a ship coming in. These poor people get to finally go home. They finally get to go home, these poor people. Yeah, I'm guessing this might be like a Reuters camera or something. So if you subscribe to Reuters, you can they have all these people with cameras and live links, and you can use the live links if you subscribe to their service. That's why you'll see a lot of these news services with the same camera view, and it's because it comes from some sort of service like that, something like Reuters or AP, or one of those subscription news wire services. But there it is, docking. So there, I don't know. Hopefully, these people get to go home. It's going to be a long day for them, a very long day for these poor people. Although it's probably been a long long couple of weeks. Imagine being on a ship, and at first you're told, "Hey, someone died, but you're okay. They just died because they're old." And then you get told, "Ah, the partner now died too, and we now believe it was caused by a virus. Maybe you all are at risk, and now you all have to isolate in your cabins." I think that would be brutal, absolutely brutal. Sorry, Danny. I didn't mean to call you or summon you anywhere. Penguin says, "Sure, tell us about the aliens." Marlene said, "You hugged their wife." Yeah, so we heard that like the whole ship gave condolences to the wife when her husband died, and then she died just not long after that as well. Not long after her, yeah, from Saved by the Bell. Saved by the Bell. I don't think we're doing Saved by the Bell. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't know what's gonna happen to these poor people. Hopefully they get home soon. Hopefully this is the end of their nightmare. Poor people. Um, yeah, the aliens. It's definitely aliens. That's what does the Hantavirus. So yeah, thanks for the live link. That helps. I like to see what is going on. Are they getting tugboated in? That's what it looks like. It's very hard to tell. It's super dark. Looks like they're It's funny. It's one of those things you can't tell whether it's moving or it's just the water's moving. I like to think the ship is moving, but I'm not sure. It looks like almost just the water is moving and the ship is actually standing still. It's one of those weird, like, optical illusions. But, yeah, what an early morning, 6 a.m. in the morning, they have to dock, get off the ship, get to this place that's in the airport, be transported there. So, yeah, it is gonna be a long day for these people. I feel sorry for the Americans. I'm not sure what's gonna happen to the, other people when they go to their countries. I heard one of them I think most countries around the world were gonna do some sort of isolation. So they're saying here, authorities have said precautions will be taken to ensure passengers do not make direct contact with any locals. So that's what they're really worried about. They don't want any contact with any local people. Let's see. This is interesting. Locals in the area saying they are saying it is reckless to bring the cruise ship to their port, and they are saying that they do not want it. They're saying it could end up being with a problem on the island. They say, I don't think it's a good idea, but people do need help. Well, that is true. I guess two things can be true. It can be a bad idea, but people also need help. That is probably true. So, two people from Britain are self isolating in the UK after potential exposure. A 56-year-old British man is in stable condition in the Netherlands after being evacuated from the ship on Wednesday. Another British passenger, 69, was medically evacuated to South Africa, where he remains in intensive care. He was said to be doing a lot better by officials. So, MV Hondius is expected to dock in the Canary Islands right now. Spain said officials are in advanced talks with the UK to send a repatriation flight for British nationals. And they're saying it includes 19 current passengers and 4 crew members listed as British. So there's quite a lot of UK people on board. And then we have Americans as well, we know where they're heading. They are heading to Nebraska. So there's also there was 2 other people evacuated, including a 41-year-old Dutch crew member and a 65-year-old German crew member. They've already been taken away, and they said they were closely associated with a German woman who died on board the ship on the 2nd of May. So there's a lot of stuff going on. One of the 3 deaths was a Dutch woman, 69, who left the MV Hondius when it stopped at St. Helena on 24th of April and traveled to South Africa, where she died 2 days later. Her husband had previously died on board on April 11, while a German woman also died on board. Neither are confirmed to have had the hantavirus. So they just randomly died? Okay, I believe it. People die every day. Taz, hey Taz, how are you? Apparently, it is not as contagious as the flu or C19, so hopefully containable. 8 week of ISO post exposure. Let's hope so. Hey Danny, how are you? Good to see you. Let's see. What? Okay, I don't know what that means. Penguin said I have to be up at 5 a.m. during the week, so I'm not usually here live. Good to see you, my friend. I hope you're having a nice weekend. I really do. No notification, and I couldn't find the stream. It's the man. The man is keeping us down, apparently. The man is trying to stop us. I don't know why the man would try to stop us, but apparently they are. The man is trying to stop our live show, apparently. Let's see. So there you go. Great live view of this coming in. Hopefully, we get a bit of daylight soon. A bit of daylight would be good. What time does the sun rise here? Let's have a look. It's 5:37 in the morning right now. All right, let's have a look. What time does the Oh, okay. We've still got another 2 hours till the sun rises here. Apparently the sun rises at 7:19 a.m. So we've still got about 2 hours until there's any sort of daylight that might illuminate the area right now. There's not a lot of not a lot of we're not going to get a lot of daylight for a while. They're really coming in under the cover of darkness. I wonder if this is by design or not. Like they don't want to upset locals. Oh, it might be because at this time in the morning there's less people around. So they if they can get them in, evacuate them before the sun comes up, the chance of exposure or contact with anyone else on the island is probably pretty low. So this is maybe the best time. Probably 3 a.m. in the morning probably would have been the best time, but this is probably a pretty good time for them to come in and get them off the ship because there's very few people milling around on the island. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see when the sun comes up. But let's get these people home. Taz said, just as it will be going down in Tassie. Is that where they're taking them? Any Aussies? I don't think there's any more Aussies on board, is there? I don't think there is. I thought the Australians already got off. Ah, no, there is. There's still 5 Australians confirmed to be on board. Oh, poor Aussies. Poor Australians. What are they gonna do? So they're heading to Tasmania, is that what you're saying, Taz? Interesting that they would take them to Tasmania of all places. I guess it is an island on Australia, and it is a lot of Tasmania is quite remote. Like there's quite big gaps between towns. Yeah, 5 Australians apparently. There are 5 Australians on board. Let me see if I can find anything. According to DFAT, which is our Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, said officials were traveling to the Spain-controlled Canary Islands to provide consular assistance to Australians still on the stricken vessel and to coordinate response efforts with local authorities and partner countries. So far, they're saying there have been 8 total recorded cases and 3 deaths tied to the outbreak. And they are saying, we are considering options for the safe repatriation of 4 Australians and a permanent resident. Our priority is the safety of the community. They're saying here, how are they going to get the Australians home? Uh, No passengers are allowed to stay on the island or take commercial flights home. Each nation is expected to repatriate their own citizens and residents. The US and UK have agreed to send planes to evacuate their citizens from the cruise ship. I wonder what Australia is going to do. I hope we're sending a plane. Otherwise, if they're not allowed to stay on the island, they're not allowed to take a commercial flight. How else are they supposed to get off the island? How else are they supposed to get away? That's what I'd like to know. Ah, the sun is going down when the yeah, that's probably about right. In 2 hours as the sun is rising, here, the sun will be going down here in southern Australia. So where I live in Victoria and in Tas, they will yeah, so our sunset's pretty early now that it is winter down here in, the Southern Hemisphere. Hey, good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. If you don't know what we're doing, this is the MV Hondius. This is the cruise ship with the, Hantavirus, and it is docking at Tenerife right now, heading in, getting the passengers off, and repatriating them to their home countries. So that is what is going on. Hey, Colleen, good to see you, my friend. How are you? 104 in Phoenix today. Oh, that is a warm day, my friend. Taz said the Aussie officials were going to team up with one of the other countries to get them out, so maybe the UK. Yeah, I would expect our friends in the UK will probably help us because um, we can probably get a plane to the UK, but to get a plane to this particular area for Australia would be very difficult. So I wonder if our guys will head with the UK guys and girls and then head back to the UK. Those people will continue on to their isolation, but a plane will come to the UK to pick up our people because we have assets in the UK. We just don't have them in Spain or in the islands off Spain. We just don't have it. Being that we're halfway across the other side of the world, Australia is a bit of a problem. So yeah, I'm guessing our UK brothers and sisters will help us. Hey, good to see you, Colleen. Glad you could be here. Kelly J. That is true. No Kelly J tonight. I don't know where Kelly is. I don't know. I don't know where everyone is. You know, Saturday night used to be the busiest night of the week, and it's almost like people have decided to do like more like in-person things, which is great. Around the pandemic, everyone basically just huddled around a monitor and used these live streams as their entertainment. But as the world has opened back up again, people are going out, having fun, seeing friends. It's great. Kim said, I thought she was here earlier. Was she? Let me have a look through my chat. I don't know. Oh yeah, she was here earlier. There you go. She's probably gone for to get some food or something. Kim says I rarely go anywhere. Colleen said, yeah, during COVID, I would have died without the internet. I think we all would have. It kept us connected in a time where we didn't know really what was going on. And a lot of the decisions were being made for us at the time, and we were just basically trapped. It was a very odd experience. And you know what's funny? Children born after the pandemic and that will grow up will never understand what happened in those few years. They really won't. It'll be one of those weird things you read about, like you know how people read about the different outbreaks in like the 1940s and the 1920s and stuff like that. And we read about it in a history book and go, these people did that. What a bunch of sooks. And then we put the book down. That's exactly what's gonna happen when we talk about the pandemic. People the children that grow up in, like, 20 years from now are gonna be like, "You're crying about that? That's all it was? Seems like you all lived. You're alright." Kim said it was traumatic for kids in school. I think it was traumatic for the kids in school because it broke their routine. It broke up, like, they didn't have their we go to school Monday to Friday, we see our friends, we go to sport, we do after school activities. It really messed with, um, the sort of year routine that kids go through, and it robbed some children of their, like, year 12, their formals, all that type of thing. Warner still said, "Do you worry about going out with whatever is going on with the gangs trying to take over restaurant and bars?" No, I don't worry about that. What they don't care about what I'm doing. They just care about the business. I've never seen. I don't walk down the street and go, "Oh, there's those gangs again, burning down restaurants and vape stores." I don't think I've ever seen one. Although there was a tobacconist in my area that got burnt down, exploded, destroyed the building, and burnt down the building. But happens at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I don't make it a habit of walking around the streets at 3 or 4 in the morning. So Yeah, Melbourne's fine. I mean, I'm not that don't feel in danger or anything. I'm doing all right. Colleen said, "You got some new pills? You're feeling better? That's good. I'm glad you got some new pills. No proms and no graduation. That would have hurt. That would have hurt for a lot of one. I'm a gangland boss now. Gangland of the Ping Nation. That's right. Ping Nation. I am the boss and the gangland leader of it. What do we do? Not much. What do we specialize in? Sitting around watching a live stream. That's our main that's our main business. How many people do we hurt? Not many. Like maybe one a year. Let's see. So yeah, there you go. There's your live view. What was the view before that? Let's have a look. Uh the same thing. Well, look, hopefully they're getting these people out of this ship now, entertaining a bunch of dopes. That's what we do. That's our main business. Let me just have a look at something. Okay. All right. Look, they have docked now. You guys know the procedure. The procedure now is to go have a bit of they're gonna have a little bit of a health checkup as they leave this ship now. They're gonna head into they're gonna be transported to the airport and they're gonna only be allowed in a certain section of that airport. They will then be repatriated and leave this area. So this should all take place over the next 3 hours. They want them gone. They do not want them on this island for any longer than they have to be. They want them off and away. Yes, over 50 people. Over 50 people in here. Yeah, we do have a lot of people who lurk. I'd like more people in the chat. What is going on? You all have keyboards. No, that's all right. If you want to lurk and just listen to the live show, you can do that. That's fine. But remember, hit that like button. You can lurk, but you got to hit that like button. That's the price you pay for being a lurker. That's the price you pay to being a live stream lurker. Let's see. I want to see if we got any other localized updates for this because I want to see if we do. Let's see. I I don't, but I would expect that once each country takes sort of possession of their possession, once each country gets their own people and they're sort of in a plane and sort of in their possession, yeah, in the possession of their own country, we will probably start seeing updates from one the cruise ship, one from Spain, and then we'll probably start seeing individual statements be issued from various countries like the UK, the USA, possibly Australia, some of the European countries as well. Once their people are back, we'll probably start seeing those press releases come out saying, like, hey, we got our people, everything seems to be okay. We are now putting into place the next phase of isolation for these people because unfortunately, their their sort of traumatic experience is not over. They now have to their countries are not going to just be like, "Hey, we brought you home. Go free and have fun." No, they are going to have to unfortunately they're going to have to be put into some sort of isolation for a period of time to make sure that they're not ill, they're not going to develop symptoms and that they can go back into the wider community of their countries. So I know, right? Imagine you book this once in a lifetime cruise. You pay a lot of money. I heard this particular cruise was like a lot of money. We're talking like thousands and thousands of dollars. And you book this cruise and you're like, "Oh my God, I get to go on this once in a lifetime trip. It's going to be the best thing ever." And then this happens. And you're trapped in a tin can on the sea with a potentially deadly virus. Imagine that. That's your holiday. You're like, I worked my ass off for 3 years to be able to afford this cruise. I organized the time off with my work. I got it approved. I packed my stuff. I got to the cruise, and then everything went wrong. That would be you'd have to book a new holiday. You'd have to be like, I'm going to Hawaii. I'm just gonna go to Hawaii. I'm just gonna go there and enjoy the sun and the sand. Wunda Steel said, will they get a refund? I don't see how it's the cruise ship's fault. It's not like the cruise ship did anything wrong. It's not like a liability to the cruise company though. It's not like there was, I don't know, like a norovirus or something like that that got on the ship or something. I don't know. I'm not sure if they will give them any money back. I would think maybe no, because it's just sort of an act of nature. These people went to this rubbish dump, took photos, and then came back and maybe touched something or stepped in something and infected themselves. Then it spread. Like I don't know how you can find the cruise ship liable. I don't think it's really their fault. A holiday from your holiday, yeah. Gala said it's an expedition cruise, so working holiday with germs built in. Working holiday with germs built in. Montana said that would put you off traveling. It would, right? I hope they got extra insurance. You'd need it. How much do repatriation flights cost? How much do they cost? Marlene said we should all retire to cruise ships. It costs the same as assisted living, so people live on the ship year round. I read about this a while ago. These people that basically live on a cruise ship. I read about this. There's actually a little bit of a problem with it. Apparently, the cruise ships are not always at sea. And for a period of time, there will always be a point where you have to come back to land. I can't remember how often it is, but there's a certain time that you must go back to your original port and that you sort of got to come back to your land. So there's a period of time every so often that they have to finish their cruise, come back, and then they have to rebook a new cruise and go again. So where would you stay during that, month or 2-month period when you have to come back to the US? Do you just stay with friends for a couple of months, or like how does that work? Yeah, Colleen said, yeah, not the cruise ship's fault. If anything, the cruise ship has lost thousands of dollars by having to do all of all of this. They've probably lost a lot of money because they've had to, you know, do a bunch of things that they weren't supposed to do. Taz says they're going to get up to 8-week break after their holiday, either locked in their home or in a facility somewhere. Yeah, it's going to be not fun. They got some isolation ahead of them. DFAT hasn't said what they plan to do, nor has the Australian government. They haven't really put out a statement of what exactly is their plan to do for these people once they make it back to Australian soil. We're going to have to wait till Monday, I think, to find out what the plan is. Colleen says, that was just normal to kids during COVID. They didn't know any different. I think the kids who had been to high school already knew the difference, but kids maybe who were just getting to school maybe didn't know. Gayla said, I would use the video of the captain saying there was no chance of getting ill and was safe to carry on normal activities to try get money back. Yeah, that was not a smart thing for him to say, was it? When he came out and said, our doctor tells us that it is not an infectious disease. You are all okay. Like that was a really dumb thing to say. That was not very clever. Marlene said there are turnaround crews. Was able to take one to the UK. The ship travels to where its next pickup, but very people and staff, but relaxing. There are turnaround crews, really. So you can sort of take take a trip back, but it's mostly staff people. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like to see that. Y What is going on here? Is that like a little boat? What's he doing? Is he like the medical people or like the authorities maybe? Customs? I wonder if you still have to go through customs. Do you still have to declare things? Do you have any fruits or vegetables? Have you coming here? Do you have any live animals? Do you do you have any cigarettes that you haven't declared? Do you have any alcohol that you bought tax-free, duty-free? You're gonna have to declare that 2-liter bottle of Johnny Walker. You're gonna have to declare it, mate. Can't go through here without paying tax on it. Yeah, I thought it might have been a, tugboat or something like that. It's hooker? Ah. Come on, tugboat, the little boat that could. Missy said that's why you get insurance before you go on a cruise. I ain't never going on a cruise. I went on a cruise when I was young. I liked it, but after all the horror stories I've read about cruise ships, I don't think it's worth it. I think like if something goes wrong, you're really screwed. Like really screwed. It's not like an airplane where eventually you either fall out of the sky or you don't, and eventually you land. On a cruise ship, you can be stuck for long periods of time. Like we saw with this one, you can be stuck for like the ones in America during the pandemic. They were stuck off the coast of Mexico and that for freaking ages. So yeah, I'm not down with the cruise ships. Montana said norovirus. Yeah, I don't want that either. I heard about a cruise ship has is it there's another one? Oh no. Colleen said you're well of info. Yeah, she is. Holland America has a cruise ship that goes out for 6 months at a time. A lot of people live on that one. Yeah, there's a documentary on YouTube that you can watch about these people who live on the cruise ship. Apparently, there's one guy that they call Grandpa, and he's been on the cruise ship for like 20 years. Apparently, made all his money like in technology, like in the 90s, and he decided to retire to a cruise ship. Dude has been on something like 200 cruises or something in his life or something. He's been on like a ton. They even have like a little area in the eatery area where they have it like cordoned off just for him so he can do his work every day, sit on his laptop and do his like work. It's pretty funny. Missy said they say there's one case already confirmed that is in Australia now. What? I don't want hantavirus down here. As of the 10th of May 2026, there are no confirmed cases of hantavirus infection in humans within Australia. Australia is recognized as the only inhabited continent where there are no confirmed human cases have ever been recorded. God, I love being an island sometimes. God, I love being an island in the middle of the Pacific and Indian Ocean. It really helps us sometimes. No hantavirus here. None here. There is none down here. Woman of Steel said norovirus. What is that? It's sort of like the flu, sort of like a mix of the flu and a tummy bug, and it's not fun. It's like you get really ill. Many lawsuits over this one, but lawsuits of who and what? Who exactly are you suing? You can't sue the crews. What did they do? They didn't tell the people to go to a rubbish dump and go like touch animals or touch the rat pee or whatever. You can't sue them for what exactly? You have to have a damage claim what is the claim? Like, what would you actually file under in court? Oh, they ruined my holiday or they ruined my trip. I mean, what are you going to do? You could sue the government who let these people go to the rubbish dump and take photos, maybe. Danny said Frontier Airlines is a Waffle House of aviation. I saw that one. One killed in that Frontier Airlines disaster last night. Yeah, it is. It's stomach and that one. Uh, there they go. Getting put into port right now. Getting put into port. Hey guys, thanks for being here tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys coming here and hanging out on this Saturday night. If you could do me a favor, if you can hit that thumbs up and maybe hit that subscribe button, I would appreciate it for your friend Ping in the Australian continent where no hantavirus lives. Ping would appreciate it. Marilyn said someone was walking on that runway. Yeah, they're probably getting ready to dock. They're probably getting ready to get the hell off this thing. Colleen said, "I don't even understand what Hunter or norovirus is. They're pretty bad. I'll run you through a thing on it after we watch the video. I'll run you through a what it does to you after this, but it's pretty bad. The hantavirus one, it has a death rate or mortality rate of 40% of all infected people. So it has an LD50 of 40%, which is brutal. That is like almost 1 in 2 who contract the disease will die. 1 in 2. You got like a coin flip chance. How brutal. I don't think any of them are great. Hey, Webs of Deceit, good to see you. Norovirus or C. diff, I don't know. I don't think either of them are good. Hey, good to see you, by the way. Thanks for being here. Uh, Marilyn Lander said Frontier plane encountered someone walking on a runway. I saw that last night. It ended up being like one person dead. Um, and there's like a video out. I saw that. Yeah, this one's like a respiratory illness. Norovirus is like it's almost like a severe stomach illness, but you sort of go one way and the other. You are welcome. You are welcome. Missy said that's what they're saying on my Texas news channel. There is a confirmed case in Australia. I cannot find any reporting of a confirmed hantavirus case in Australia. I think they're saying that there was an Australian traveler who returned home. There was an Australian traveler that made it back here. So, an Australian traveler has returned home after being on board a cruise ship exposed to the deadly hantavirus. And they're saying the Australian went back to Australia, the one from Taiwan to Taiwan, the Americans to all corners of North America, the Englishmen to England, the Dutch to their homes. I don't remember the rest, but no there that apparently there has been yeah, that that 23 people that left the ship on April 21. So there was an Australian on April 21 who left the ship. So they have made it back to Australia now. Colleen said all these vids and noros and plague type issues scare me. Don't go to a rubbish dump in South America then. You'll be all right. Montana said so they dispersed them everywhere. So much for isolation. That was on the April 21. So that was about 18 days ago, almost 3 weeks ago. They were people who got off at a different stop. So there were people that got off earlier. Colleen said not being able to breathe is a horrible feeling. You know, you think about the people who have like COPD or the thing that attacks your lungs. Imagine that being one of those people that have that COPD, and slowly over time your lungs are turning to concrete. Like that'd be a living nightmare. Feel so sorry for those people that worked in an industry many decades ago, but didn't know about the risks, about the different drywall, and maybe they were drilling something and they inhaled a lot of it, and over the years their lungs hardened. Like poor people. Oh, look, we got some movement. Look, people, look, a thing, a truck or something, a boat, a people, a something. Look, something's moving. Look, yell at it and point at it. Gayla said they went before they actually boarded the ship. Yeah, it's a very slow process to get the ship into port, isn't it? I mean, we've been doing this for about an hour, and they're only just getting in now. Just getting into the wharf now. A wharf or dock or whatever this is. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. Sorry to hear that. Hope you're feeling better now. Let's go ship. Look, hopefully everyone makes it home to their countries over the next couple of days and gets through their isolation. The fact that no one's been symptomatic on the boat over the last, well, week or so, that is very good news. That means at least no one else has seemed to come down with anything recently. So that is a good thing. I think they're going to be quarantined. Like, so the typical quarantine is 2 weeks, 14 days. It can depend on what the virus is and how long that incubation or period can be. So the period from exposure to infection and then displaying symptoms can be. So some of them have like a really long time frame. It depends on this one. I think this has quite a long time frame where you can actually be exposed to it and then fall ill to it like weeks and weeks later. So these guys are probably going to have a very long quarantine, probably 1.5 months to 2 months, I would say. What is that bright light? Is that a helicopter or something? What is that? Do you guys see that in the background? Helicopter or another boat? It's a UFO. That's what it is. It's a UFO. Did you guys see that? A UFO sighting in the back. No, okay, it's not a UFO sighting. Some sort of light. It looks slow. Yeah, I think it was some sort of light. It looked like it was moving real fast though. But I think it's just playing tricks on our eyes because there's no depth of field. Like we can't see the depth of field in this image because it's so dark. So all sorts of things look like different stuff when you don't have your context to like gather your brain can't gather what it is. Let's see. Aliens. It's obviously the aliens. They've come to check in on this virus, so it doesn't make it to their planet. What an end of a nightmare for these people. They are probably just thankful to get away from this cruise ship. Thanks. I'm glad you're feeling better now. Incubation is 5 weeks for hantavirus, I believe. Yeah, it's quite long, much longer than say COVID, which is like 5 to 7 days. This one can be quite long. It must be a drone or a helicopter. It could have been another ship, and as this ship was passing it, it was like making it look like it was moving like that, but it wasn't actually moving. It's just the friction, as not friction as such, but just the almost like an optical illusion because you can't see what's behind that ship. I think so anyway. I don't think it was actually like some sort of drone or helicopter. This is like the slowest docking procedure I've ever seen. It's like they're scared of the ship. They're like, no, don't crash into the dock. Don't do that. So hopefully we're gonna see them disembark soon. They still have to go through a medical checkup and then they gotta get out of there. Colleen said, where are these freak ass viruses coming from? Colleen, I have a secret to tell you. Apparently, Hantavirus lives in America already. So we all know the case where Gene and his wife died in their ranch in New Mexico. Well, the his partner was died of hantavirus, so it's already in America. You guys don't have to be too scared. It's already there. I think the difference with this one is this one might be the rarer strain of it. So there's multiple different strains, just like COVID. And the one that this one is might be the one that can infect human to human. And that one is quite rare. They don't want that one getting. So there's a difference. So I think the one that Betty died from, is that her name? Betty or Betsy? I can't remember. But the one that she died from was just the one that you can contract to a single human. The one that this one might be is the one that can go from human to human to human to human, which is what they're worried about. Yeah, the one that you get in New Mexico, I think, is a singleized infection, just a crossover from animal to human, but not then from human to human, which is the one that they get worried about. Yeah, I think it's the Andes one, or Andes or Andre. It's the Andre one. Damn all the Andres out there. Um, Colleen said it's like a Stephen King novel. A little bit, right? That's going to be his next book. Webs of Deceit says, can you imagine the effects mentally, financially, and education-wise if you have to quarantine? I don't want to ever do that again. I lived in Melbourne for it. I don't want to do that ever again. Gayla said the rat stuff dries, and when it gets moved, the dust particles are breathed in. Hey presto, you got it. Yeah, Andes. Yeah. The stand is all about a virus? Sure. I feel like this camera has become scared of the ship now. It's so far away from the ship now. It's almost like it doesn't want to get infected. It's like, hey, if I get too close with my zoom, um, I might get infected by looking at it. Woman still said, we won't do it here, never. What's up, Missy? Ah, you're getting ready to pop the cork on my bottle of champagne. And it is Andre, by the way. There you go. Jokes galore. Marlene said the moral of this story is cleaning is bad for your health. I think the moral of this story is don't go to a rubbish dump in South America. I think that's the moral of the story. Take your bird photos somewhere else. Don't be going to no rubbish dump where you're guaranteed to run into rodents and then step all over it and be like, yo, this is a great day out from the cruise ship. This is like the best day ever. Don't be doing that. I think that's yeah, let's not do that. No more day excursions to rubbish dumps to take photos of rare birds that come and eat the rubbish. Don't be doing that. Gayla said, I feel sorry for the people that had to work to bring the ship in, and the airport staff and the medical staff, the people on the ambulances or the vans or whatever, they all are potential exposure. So, I feel sorry for them. Yeah, don't go to rubbish dumps in foreign countries. Nope. See ya. Have a good night. Yes, exactly. Missy Motormouse said, did you all hear about that boat that exploded in Miami today? Mass casualties. I did not. but we can have a look at it later. Gayla said pigeons, obviously flying rats. It's the pigeon's fault. That's what it is. $11 injured? How do you injure 11 people in a freaking boat? How do you get 11 people on a boat? Like a small boat, not a cruise ship. God, boats everywhere. It feels like when boats attack right now, could be a new Discovery special coming this spring. When boats attack. That could be a new thing they're gonna do. It's a new series about how people die on boats. God, this thing just never stops. Like, come on, get off the ship, yo. Sweet Universe said, seriously, visiting a landfill has never been my vacation dream destination. Imagine scanning through the booklet of like activities you guys can do, and they're like, oh, honey, look in here. It says you can go to a landfill and take some photos of some rare birds. We should go and do that. No, no, that's never been something I would be, I wouldn't be like, yeah, let's go do that. DJ said this is another disease in Texas. A guy in Dallas had it this year. Histoplasmosis, an infection caused by a fungus that are often found in bird and bat droppings. Well, don't be going around and licking it then. Like, don't be like, hey, that looks tasty, and then give it a bit of a lick. You're like, bird droppings and bat droppings, my favorite. Free disease. I often go around and lick them just to see the flavor difference. I don't think that's a great hobby. I think you should probably find a different hobby. His neighbor had a bat house. What is a bat house? Robert said I thought it was a still picture at first. It is. It's one of those magic eye photos, and you got to squint your eye and then look at it, and then you'll see the dolphin. It's like a magic eye poster. Um, that's right. It was all Walt Disney's fault. Oh, look, a little car. Look, there's a little car that rocked up. Look at the little car. He's coming to get the peoples. There was a little car. I don't know what the little car was or whether it's like a van to take people off, but it rocked up. He had like little lights. He's like, doo 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 doo. We can't hear him though, so I have to make the sound effects for you. Sweet Universe said we have bat homes in in Minnesota. It's a tiny hotel. Look, there he is. There he is, little guy with a light on the top. Where's he going? Mate, the ship's right there. Where you going? You're going too far. Sweet Universe said it's a tiny hotel. I've never seen one before. The bats we have here, we have bats that fly around like my house at night, and they're huge. They're like this big. They're like big. Our bats in Australia are massive. Like they're quite large, and they're called fruit bats. And they can get they got rabies, and they have another virus. What is their virus called? It's not hantavirus, is it? No, it's what is the one that the bats have? Fruit bat. A lady died from it. Oh, Lyssa virus. There was a woman. Was it a woman? I can't remember. There was someone who was bitten after leaving a hotel like a couple of years ago down here, and they died. They actually died in hospital. Lyssa virus is the one we have. Hendra virus? I think it's Lyssa virus, my friend. Hey, beekeeper, how are you? I think it's that one. I think that's the one that killed the person in Queensland, and then they passed away. That was a really sad case because like she didn't do anything. She just left her hotel, and apparently a bat attacked her and then bit her on the neck, and she ended up succumbing to the virus and dying. It was really sad because she didn't understand what she had done wrong, to cause the animal to attack her. Most likely, she did nothing wrong. She was just in a bad place at a bad time, but that was the end of her life. Oh, he's back! The little car. Look, he's back. I told you, he went too far. Look, he's come back. I don't know why he went all the way down the end and then decided to come back. Just taking a trip. He's like, "Hey, we might as well get used to this. Let's go the other way." Gayla said it had a bomb to make sure nobody leaves the ship, a bit like Contagion, maybe. Gayla, oh, he's leaving. Oh, we got another guy with some sort of light. There's another one. Gayla said fruit bats are nice. Normally don't jump people. They normally don't, but this one did, and it attacked her, wrapped itself around her, and then bit her on the neck, almost like a vampire movie. And fortunately, yeah, succumbed to the virus, and it was very quickly, like within a week, she had died. And then there was a guy I read about. He got bit by a bat and went, you know what? I don't have rabies. I'm never getting a vaccine for that. And then the authorities were like, you should probably go get a needle for that. So he got one needle. He got one. You're supposed to get like one every day for like 2 weeks. Anyway, he just got one and then he went home and went, I'm fine. Ain't no bat gonna kill me. And he died 2 weeks later from rabies. Like, I'm serious. He collapsed in his home and died from rabies because he did not take the preventative vaccine for it. He just got one of them and went, "Yeah, that's enough. I got all the medication I need to fight it." And then it killed him. 30 needles, brutal, eh? Like one a day for a month. Robert said, "Isn't Ebola from rats?" I'm not sure. I haven't done a lot of work on Ebola. Hey, beekeeper, what's up? Hendra can be caught from horses that have been infected by bats. Is that me? Is that the one where the woman died? There's been a couple in Australia where I don't know if it's the one with the horses, the Hendra virus, or the Lissa virus, but there was one where the girl died of. I think she got bit directly by the bat, but I do remember the one with the horses too, where they ended up having to. Is that the one where they had to put a couple of horses down because they got very sick? That's very sad. Kim said, "Are we discussing all the ways to die tonight?" Apparently, we are. Taz says, Lissa virus is closely related to rabies, so rabies vaccine treats Lissa virus. There you go. Marlene said, "Did you look into Betty Broderick?" I didn't. I didn't have time, but it is on my list of things to do. I've been too busy dealing with this camera, trying to figure out how to make it stop freezing. Has it been freezing tonight? Has anyone noticed like the image being like really freezing up at all? Because it's strange. It only seems to happen when we get on the replay of it, and I don't know why. Ping does not know why. Seems to look all right. I don't notice any freezing like on my end when I'm watching. So when I watch and do the live show, I am on a panel of software where I can see you guys, I can see my controls for the live stream, I see all my tabs here. It doesn't look frozen to me. Give it a blanket. Okay. You noticed it once. I'm not sure what's causing it. I'm not sure if the camera is on its way out. I think maybe it's possible the camera's dying. It's been getting very hot, and I wonder if that's what it is. Why would you have this? DJ, what is the deal with this bat box? Yeah, DJ showed me a thing of the bat box. This is a bat box here. Why would you want this? Like, why would you want them on your property? Is there a reason that you want them around your home? Considering bats are often sources for infection and stuff like that, is there a reason you would want these anywhere near you? All right, let's go back to our live. our live thing here. Definitely looks like they're getting ready to disembark. There's a person right here. There's someone here looking off the edge of the balcony. There's another person here. They've got quite a few people emerging from the ship now. So hopefully that means they're heading off. Amy said bats eat insects. Okay. Missy said, so are we going to go extra late tonight and watch them disembark? What time is it? Um, maybe. Hopefully. Hey RX, how are you? It keeps bugs away. Okay. Yeah, safe travel, cruise peoples. Hopefully get back to their countries and end this bit of a nightmare for them. Truth be told, says because they're all batshit crazy, Ping. Yeah, that's where that saying comes from. Batshit crazy. It comes from that disease that DJ was telling us about. Turns you crazy if you touch their bat poop. That's why there's that saying in the world. Actually, I don't know if that's true, but it sounds pretty good. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay. I don't see anything new on this. I was hoping we might have someone, a news agency doing a play-by-play of this as they disembark, but it says here one of the first things that'll happen is Tenerife medics poised to receive virus hit cruise ship passengers. Almost a month after the first passenger died of Hantavirus on board the MV Hondius cruise ship, it has finally reached Tenerife in the Canary Islands. Intensive preparations have been underway to receive the ship in the port of Granadilla and help more than 100 people onto shore to be repatriated. The Hondius arrived near the port before dawn, but even now it won't be permitted to reach shore. A security perimeter of 1 nautical mile will be enforced around the ship as it approaches the island. Once in the port, it will drop anchor at sea to ensure its continuing isolation. The complex operation to prevent the rare Andes strain of this virus spreading is described by Spain's health ministry as unprecedented. Involving 23 countries, it has been meticulously planned for maximum safety and to answer the concerns of disgruntled locals. They include the president of the Canary Islands, who says he won't be calm until all the passengers and crew have left, but they say the risk of contagion for the general population is low, and they say anything else is an alarmist misinformation and confusion trying to do that to the public. So they're saying they're trying to be alarmist, provide misinformation, and confuse the general public. And they're saying once the Hondius has been maneuvered into place by around 7 a.m., that's around now, medical teams will board to check everyone for signs of the virus. Latest report says nobody else is showing symptoms on board. People will then be divided into groups by nationality and ferried to the coast in small boats. That must be the little boat we saw. We did see a little boat come up just a minute ago. There was a little boat that approached the cruise liner. So that must be the boat that's going to ferry people by nationality to the shore or to the airport. So that is what is going on. They're going to be broken up into little groups. How that's going to work for the Australians and the UK people who possibly could be traveling together, um, they're saying here earlier on Saturday, the Interior Minister said the UK, the US, and multiple EU member states were all sending planes. Medically equipped aircraft will be on standby too, should anyone need to be taken into isolation. Otherwise, the Spanish nationals will be flown to Madrid, where they will face mandatory quarantine in a military hospital. Complete isolation would be grueling. The virus has an incubation period of up to 9 weeks, and it is not clear how long people in Spain or elsewhere will be quarantined once they make it home. So there you go. That is what is going to happen in this process now. Like we just told you, they will be broken up into different groups, and that is the only way they will get off this boat. They're not going to just disembark and walk down a plank. They have to get put onto a little tiny boat, and then they'll be taken away. So there you go. Yeah, this sounds like this could take multiple hours. Unless they have like 50 of these boats lined up so it can be done quickly. If it's just one boat there, one boat back, one boat there, one boat back, this could take a while. There is 100 people, or roughly around 100 people. So, and they come from all different countries. You got Australia, the UK, the US, multiple different European states, different EU members, and then you've got Spanish nationals, all different people. So there you go. See, there's that little. There looks like a little boat right there with the light. I can't tell if that's what that is, but that's almost what it looks like. So maybe that's what is going to ferry them. What time is it right now? They said it's supposed to begin around 7 a.m. Probably got about half an hour until they start the deboarding process. That's what they said. They weren't expecting it to start until about 7 a.m., which is it's about 6:33 a.m. in the morning right now. 7:33 right now. My clock's saying 6:33. I can check it again. Oh wait, no. That is right. Yeah, mine's saying 6:33 in the morning. Yeah, 6:34 a.m. right now. Yeah, I can take you to it. I don't know if this is the correct, fully correct area, but it's close enough. Spain, they would be in the same time zone, I would think. 6:34. So we will have to. I would think that's very similar time, unless the islands move by that much and it makes 1 hour. Are they not an hour in front of the UK? It's showing as me as 6:34 a.m. local time right now. They said the sun doesn't come up until around 7 a.m. and it is still dark out there. So that tells me that it is probably still before 7 a.m. right now, because they're saying the sunrise is about 7:30 in the morning. And we're still completely in the dark right now, so it cannot be 7:30 right now in the morning. Otherwise, we'd start seeing the sun start coming up, and we're not seeing that yet. It is still pitch black out there. It's very sunny here. This is showing as live. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. It's very sunny here. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. All I can go is off the video we've got. Yeah, and it's saying it's 6:34. I don't know why the sun comes up so late for them. It is saying, like, I checked it out. I know, here. Hold on. Yeah, so Canary Islands in Spain, 6:36 a.m. right now, and then sunrise is 7:16 a.m. this morning. So we've got a little bit longer to go until sunrise. Sunrise is about 40 minutes or so at the moment. Yeah, well, you guys must be on the same time frame then. Um, Missy said, "My daughter is at the Navy base and they're an hour difference from Madrid." Robert said it's 6:36 a.m. UK time and light. Wonder why they have such a difference in like daylight time. Is it just that like that's how long it takes for the world to move? You would have thought Spain is Spain after or before as the world rotates. I got no idea. But that's what it would be. It would be as the world rotates and you get the sun come up across the world. The sun eventually comes up, for everyone, but it takes time as the world rotates. So where they are and if it's before or after the UK, I got no idea. I can tell you about Australia, but I can't tell you about the Canary Islands. Actually, there should be like a map. Hold on. There would be a map and you can see it as the sun is coming up. There you guys go. So there's the line right now. This is the line right now. So yeah, there's the gap. There's how it works. There's the big loop as it moves across the world. And you guys can see like that is how that line of the sunlight moves as the sun comes up for people, I guess. So you can see like Australia is just about to come into darkness. See how the line right on the right part of the page is starting to approach New Zealand. So New Zealand just went into like sundown, and Australia is just about to go into their sundown in about an hour and a half ish, 2 hours. It's to provide. That's why you got the loop in the line, you dork. That's why if it was flat, you would just have a flat line, but you got a loop in it. That's why you've got this wave in the dark area and the light area. You freaking dork. Um, so yeah, that gives you the look of how it works, and then yeah, Australia is going to come into their nighttime soon, and then yeah, it looks like it's becoming becoming daytime for everyone on this side of the world, including if you're eventually in America. So America's right to the left here. All right, let's go back to our ship. Danny, what did Danny say? Yeah, there you go. Danny is very good at Jeopardy. RS Girl said it's 1 a.m. here. You're just helping conspiracy theorists out? Yeah, that the world is flat. I don't think the world is flat, guys. That would be weird, right? What are they doing? Hiding it from us from the International Space Station? They're like, whoa, don't take any photos of the flat Earth. Otherwise, they'll all find out. They'll all find out. Don't be showing them nothing from out of the windows of the ISS. They're all going to figure out that we actually live on a flat disk. Like, you guys, you're going to blow it. You guys can't be having cameras up there and webcams and freaking telescopes and other shit. You guys can't be doing that. You guys are going to blow a worldwide conspiracy, and then they're all gonna find out and mankind's just gonna collapse. Like, is that what you want, you freaking space people on the ISS? Um, Gail said, "Did you see the pilot that believes the flat Earth crap?" Yeah, I enjoy the day where he crashes his plane and then finds out that the Earth has a curve to it. I find that strange because he's in a plane and you can see the effing curvature of the Earth up there. So congratulations on being dumb. Marlene said Cat would be knocking things off the flat Earth. That's right. Let's see. Woman of Steel said, "Does God flip us like a pancake every 12 hours?" Probably. It's like one of those spring-loaded things, like those spring-loaded pancake flippers, and it just goes ka-dunk. And then, like, after 12 hours, it just goes ka-dunk, and then flips it again. It's just spring-loaded on a timer. Kathy said, "Woke up to take medicine, and here I am." Where have you been? We haven't seen you in like 3 days. Gayla said Hades would win gold for knocking things over. I think most cats would. All right. I don't know if we're going to get to see the boat that's going to come and pick these people up. I don't think we are, which is a shame. Which is a shame. I'm sure we'll probably have a lot of good video of it. Tomorrow, something like that. There'll be cameras there that have taken footage of it. All right, guys, give me a sec. You guys can chat amongst yourselves for like 2 minutes. All right, there we go. 2 minutes of unrestricted chat. We have moderators for that reason, DJ, including Kathy. Kathy as well. Kim said all the flat earthers have never left their mum's basement. I think sometimes in life people just need to believe in something, even if they're wrong. And that's how I see the flat earth people. They just need to believe in something. And they must know they're wrong, but they're just like, I have to believe. It's the only thing keeping me going in life. And that's why that's why they believe in it. So yeah, the little ship, it's actually a big ship. He is docked. They have that 1 mile exclusion zone around this ship. That's brutal. 1 mile, nautical mile. So no one's allowed to approach this area right now except for authorized people. They are really panicked that this could somehow infect someone or get onto the island and then go ballistic. Yes, that's right. Kathy Lynch, have you fallen and can you not get up? Do you need us to activate your life alert? We can do that for you remotely. Spring is being mean to you with your allergies. Maybe we do need to get you a life alert. We will talk to your husband and we'll see if we can order one for you. You can wear it as a necklace or a bracelet. And then should you fall and not be able to get to your uh, you know, your hay fever medication, we will get it for you. Danny said authorized ID expendable. Truth be told said came in handy with tonight's conversation, and if you go on Jeopardy, I'm impressed. My mum is still super sharp in history and Latin. She loves Jeopardy and kicks my butt every night when we watch. The oldies, man. They really know they love their Jeopardy and anything with trivia and anything like that. They're very good with it. They are very good with it. Kim said, I wondered about the hazmat suits myself. They are wearing the Tyvek suit, but the bigger one, the one that's actually for medical. So there's Tyvek suits. They're the ones that you see at crime scenes. So they're the ones that they sort of like have the face hole and they pull it tight, and it's a suit, but it's not a virus grade suit. It's sort of more an evidence based proposition. Then you have ones for medical grade, and those ones have sometimes they even have their own air tank. So you can wear an air tank and it has a recycling air supply. So the air supply only comes from within that suit. There is I think they're the ones that are like really serious, like if you're in a some sort of viral situation, they they look really weird. Here there was a photo of it. If you guys have not been watching, there's a new documentary out. It's sort of a retelling of the Salisbury poisoning. You guys have to watch that. It is the drama they did a few years ago is brilliant. It's one of the best. I don't even like dramas, hate them. But the Salisbury one, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. The poisoning of the originally it started with uh, the Russian guy who had defected to the UK, and they tried to kill him with the poison, him and his daughter. And then there was a girl and her partner. They picked up the perfume bottle, and then Dawn. Her name was Dawn, and then she sprayed it all over herself, but it was Novichok. And she ended up spraying freaking nerve agent all over herself, thinking it was perfume, and she died, unfortunately. The partner survived, but Dawn did not. And there's a new documentary out about it in the UK. It's called The Salisbury Poisoning: The Untold Story. It's currently airing on All 4, so Channel 4, and it's over there. But there was a photo. Why you're like, Ping, why did you bring that up? And it's because there's an image in that documentary that there was like the guys in the green suits and like, yeah, yeah, here, found it. There you go. They look very trippy and very weird, but this is the type of thing that they might use. I don't know. But these are the ones where they're really panicked about whatever they're trying to look for, or they don't want to, spread. This is the type of suit they'll use that has I think that's the one that has the the air supply that just keeps going over and over, and it filters so they can breathe, but they don't breathe anything from the outside. Look at that, they look trippy as hell. They're frogman suits. They kind of look like a frogman suit, don't they? But so they might, I don't know, maybe the people can grabbing these people off the boat. Maybe they'll have a suit like that, but that's like the really high level one. That's like national emergency, like, bad stuff is happening. Gayla said, "Don't let Pink fool you. Those are pictures of Stacy's frogs." Yeah, that's what they are. We should just start calling them the Frogman suit. So yeah, they're pretty cool. But yeah, if you have not watched that documentary on Channel 4 in the UK, it is well worth a watch. It's currently dropping episodes weekly right now, and it's really an amazing look. They have the real people that were involved in the response to it, and they're giving their own sort of play-by-play of how, why, where, what, things happened, and it's a very good watch. Danny said, "I think those are just people in Portland." I thought you said Poland. I was like, "Yeah, maybe." In Portland, yeah, they're the people that are taking all like the crank. They're having the cranks, and they're like they had one whole crank, and that's how they ended up like that. They're like, "Look at these people high on crank in the streets of Portland, dressed like frogmen in their suits, bent over and cranked out of their minds." They are frozen in place, cranked on crank. Gayla said, "I thought it was an OD at first because she was an yeah, they thought it was an OD because she and that was so mean because, like, her family had sort of had enough of her sort of, addiction, and they'd been through a lot with her, and she was actually clean at the time. She was actually clean, and she hadn't done anything wrong, and at first, because the hospital told her parents it was an OD, they were like, you know, "F her, she's done this to herself, how dare she?" Like, they were just really mad with her, and then they found out that it had nothing to do with drugs or anything like that, and they found out that someone had poisoned her with Novichok, and, yeah, it was a really, really strange family dynamic for her, very sad. Danny said, "Whatever happened to the bar salts?" I think they stopped doing those when people started turning into zombies and like eating people's hearts and becoming cannibals. I think when people started cannibalizing people, they just went, "Nah, nah, man, it's not the type of high I'm looking for. I don't really want to get arrested tonight for eating my neighbor's head. Not the type of thing I like to do." Woman of Steel said, "We have them here in WA too." Yeah, it's a real story. There's a guy in Florida that was high on bath salts, went and attacked some random guy in the street in his garage and like ate part of him. It was weird. You guys don't remember that story? They call it the Miami cannibal attack. The guy was Rudy Eugene, 31, was shot and killed by police after he was found naked and chewing on the face of a 65-year-old man called Ronald on a Miami causeway. They call him the Miami Zombie. Yeah, and his wife. Yeah, brutal. So Gayla said he was walking down the street with a body part. Yep, it was a pretty crazy case. You know, when you have to type into the search engine a Florida man, you know the story's going to be a bit bonkers. So yeah, if you don't know that one, you should look it up. The Miami cannibal attack. It is a hell of a story about a guy and what he did when apparently he was high on bar salts. So I don't know if he actually was. That was sort of like the thing that went around. Oh no, he was. Yeah. Oh no. They said while police sources speculated the use of a drug like bar salts might have been a factor, experts expressed doubt since toxicology reports were only able to identify small amounts of marijuana in Eugene's system, leaving the ultimate cause of his behavior unknown. So we can't blame the bar salts on that. I don't know if we're going to get too much more, but look, the sun is now coming up in Tenerife right now, and we're starting to get a bit of daylight at the moment. We are starting to get a bit of daylight now. We are starting to get a little bit of daylight. All right. Missy Motormouth said he was eating his face when the cops pulled him off of him. Yeah, really, really gross. It was gross, man. Really gross. All right, let's have a look. I don't think we're going to get too much more. I don't think they're going to show us any of the disembarking. I think they said about 7 a.m. they wanted to do the disembarking. So we'll run until 7 a.m. and see if we get any disembarking of the passengers. But so far, we haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything, at least on this video, of any boats or any people. We saw a little boat pull up at one point and a little vehicle, but we haven't seen too much more yet. They apparently have to go through some sort of medical check before they're allowed to disembark, and they're supposed to disembark in country groups. So they have to disembark. If you're Aussie, you go with the Aussies. If you're UK, you go with the UK. If you're USA, you go with the USA. If you're Spanish, you go with your Spaniard compatriots. And if you're from some other country, you might be alone. You might be on your own. We saw a UFO. We did. There was some sort of weird light, and it was like hovering in the background. A UFO. Could have just been a light, too. Winner still said buses, limos, or e-bikes. I think they're going to have like a little tiny boat. Is it judging from the plans? Gail said, I'm sure that boat was to guide them in. There was a tugboat that guided them in at one point, but later on, a boat actually came in from an opposite direction that was not connected to the boat and then pulled in like on the front side of the port. It was very strange. I don't know if that's the little boat that they're going to put people on. Don't know. We'll find out. So we've got a few more minutes until 7 a.m. That is what time they are saying they are. And I'm guessing this is going to run like clockwork. This is all apparently this has been the plan of like 23 countries around the world to make this plan and to enact it. So this is probably going to run with military precision. They are going to probably run this like a military drill. Because I know they don't want them on the island. They want them off. Who ate the man Gala? I don't know. Maybe Gala did. By the way, hey, I want to thank our friend. I don't want to give out their name. I'm just going to use your first name. Oh, it's one of our Aussie friends. Hey, I want to thank. I don't want to use their full name. Our friend with the name PS. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. An Aussie. I love when we have an Aussie on the channel. You guys are very kind. I want to thank Sean and Robert. Hey Robert, thanks buddy. I appreciate it. You guys are all very kind. PS, that is very generous of you. Same with Robert. You guys are great supporters of this channel. Allow me to sit here and entertain you each night of the week. And obviously our friend Sean as well. You guys are amazing. You guys really do help out. Thank you. And yeah, I love it. I love hanging out here with you guys each night. It really is very fulfilling for me to do these shows with you all. I mean, we've done over 1,000 live shows on this channel over the last 3 years, and we've had a lot of fun along the way. And I look forward to going back to trial soon. I look forward to getting into a live trial again in the next couple of months, and it'll be fun to sort of be run off my feet again every day. I kind of like being that exhausted. It's a weird feeling, but it's actually a nice feeling in some ways that you like just being so busy. And I look forward to getting back to a live courtroom in a couple of months' time. So I actually don't know when. They haven't given us an update, but I'm guessing it'll be sometime before the winter is over, maybe. So sometime between now and spring is what I would think. Juicy Jill says, Ping, what you doing this weekend, kiddies and wifey? Today is Sunday in Australia, so in Victoria, Australia. It is Sunday afternoon, so we're at the end of our weekend. Tomorrow is Monday, so after we go to bed tonight, tomorrow is Monday morning. So our weekend is over. What did we do this weekend? Not a lot of anything. We sort of just hung out, enjoyed catching up on sleep because we don't get a lot of sleep during the week. And we had a bit of a quiet one this weekend. We've been very busy recently. We've had like family things on and things outside of the house and that. So to have like a weekend where we didn't have to do anything was quite nice. So we just kind of hung out and did nothing. Danny said he's worshiping the Lord. That's what I'm doing. I went to church this morning. Which church? I'm not sure. Just one of them. I just walked in and went, "Is this where I do the Lord stuff?" And they went, "Yeah." and I just sat down, and then I was like, "There you go. There's my Sunday." Juicy Jules says, "Rest and relax." Yeah, we're trying to get some sleep. On the weekdays, we don't get a lot of sleep. We go to bed at like midnight, and then we're up at 5 a.m. So we're up at 5 a.m. every morning, every day of the week, Monday to Friday. So we get like 5 hours of sleep most nights. That's it. So on a Saturday, we sleep in for like 12 hours. Um, Gayla said it's 7 a.m. Sunday in the UK. Happy Mother's Day. No, it is Mother's Day in Australia, Gayla, too. So not just to American mums, but to Australian mums too. I hope you guys had a great Mother's Day out there. Unfortunately, our mum is away. So we're not doing anything this weekend. We're going to do something next weekend. But she's currently away visiting family. So we'll do something with her next week. But if you're an Australian mom out there today, I hope you are enjoying your day. I hope your children and your family did whatever you want, which, if that was leave you alone for several hours so you could watch YouTube, I hope that's what they did. But I hope you're going to have a great day. Mums are the best. They work very hard. They oftentimes their job is not respected, but just not given the value that they should. And mums often do a lot of things that are, taken for granted and not often said thank you for. So I hope on this day it takes away a tiny bit of the no thank yous you got over the last year, and you have a great Mother's Day. What did Mrs. P get from Muffin and Rory? Quiet. That's what she got. Quietness. Them sleeping. Muffin's sleeping right here. He's right here. And then Rory's over there next to the heater sleeping. Marlene said, still going to the gym. Yep. We still go to the gyms. We go as much as we can. And we got a local gym that we got a membership for, and we go there. We just don't. We've been trying to find a day on the weekend, but the weekends seem to be very hard to to fit it in. So we've just been working that out. But yeah, we go to the gym. We got a nice local gym that we go to. Gayla said they didn't send you shopping. They did not. They did not. They're just sleeping. They're enjoying their afternoon nap. So it is now 7 a.m. 7 now in the morning. We're not seeing a lot of movement from the ship, are we? Oh, I see some people maybe up the top. I see a lot of movement. Do you guys see that? There is a lot of movement up the top. I don't know what's going on, but in the windows, there is a lot of movement. So I don't know if people are getting ready to leave, but there was a lot of stuff going on. I could see it in that top level. Can you guys see that? There's people up there. And what looks like maybe a light or something? What is that? I don't know what's going in. Yeah, they're zooming in too. They're like, "What is that?" Yeah, so they were intrigued by the movement as well. They tried to zoom in on it. There's something going on up on that top level. We can't quite make out what it is, but you see all these lights. Do you see the lights sort of going like this and stuff? There's something going on up there. I don't know if they're coming room to room. Do you see all the lights going on up on this top level? Now they're at the other end. They were first at these windows, but now they've moved down to the windows at the end. This I don't know, maybe that's the medical team doing medical checks? I don't know. They definitely seem to be going maybe room to room now. Think they were trying to figure out the people on the camera were trying to figure out what it was too. They couldn't quite tell. They zoomed in on it a couple of times. as well, trying to figure out like what is this light. It almost looked like somebody had like um, two flashlights, and they're like raving in the room, and they're like "dush, dush, dush, dush." That's what it, that's what that's what it looked like a little bit. Looked like somebody with a couple of glow sticks raving in the room. Yeah, I can't tell you what that was, but it was a bit trippy. But yeah, we're not seeing a lot. Maybe they're gathering everyone now. Maybe that's what's going on. Possibly they're starting to gather people from their rooms. These poor people, they are they're sort of time doing this is not over. Most countries that they're going to will enact an isolation protocol on all these people, and they will have to be either self-isolated or within a facility for I'm reading anywhere from a month to 2 months. So these guys are not, they're sort of, their time is not over. Now those lights are on the bottom level. Do you guys see that? Those lights in the windows are popping up on the bottom level now. Oh, there's a little boat. There he went. There's a little boat with red flashing lights that went on the other side there. So maybe we're starting to see some movement of them being disembarked now. That might be what's going on. Because that little boat has pulled up and left a bunch of times now. So maybe they go to a room, grab certain people, and go. Maybe they're doing it in sections and like, hey, the Aussies are in rooms 1, 5, and 7. You guys, come on, we're going. UK people in rooms 10, 12, and 15, and 17, and 28. We're going. So maybe that's what's going on. Um, yeah, that's what we were told would happen is that they would be broken up into groups. They would be given their medical, and then they would be taken to the airport, put on their repatriation flight, and gotten off and away. They just want them gone. This particular island is very unhappy that they are there, but they have to do it under international law. They don't have a choice really, and they're going to do their part, but they're not happy about it. So the sooner these guys can go, the sooner they will be happy. So yeah, maybe that's what we're seeing. We're starting to see some evac going on. No one is actively ill right now. There's been no reports of anyone symptomatic on the boat at this point in time. No new reporting of any person experiencing symptoms at the moment. Not that we know of anyway. There was an update last night where they said they didn't see anyone. It's really the assassins going from room to room. It's a Spanish. Sean said they are hardly poor people paying 23,000. Look, poor in a different usage of the word, maybe. Poor as in it sucks for them what they're going to have to go through. Not poor as in a monetary value. Yeah, the cruise is very expensive. I think we said that earlier. It's freaking expensive. So hopefully, we'll see. I still don't think they're going to get their money back because it's not anything the cruise should have. It's nothing the cruise could have done to prevent it from boarding the cruise and infecting people. They can't, police everyone. Danny said, I wonder if they'll ever go on a cruise again. I don't know. I wonder if there's a survey of people who go through. See, there's the boats. There's there you go. There you guys go. There's a boat right there. Um, approaching the cruise ship. Maybe that's why we started seeing the lights in the windows before. So here we go. Maybe that's just some movement we're starting to see with the disembarkment procedure. If they haven't done any already, that little boat with the lights on it has been around the larger Hondius boat for about an hour now, to backwards and forwards. So I don't know if they're ferrying them between that and the larger boat, which is what they said they were going to do, in the in the instructions. Hey, Robert. Good night, mate. Yeah, thank you. Hey, thank you for the donation, my friend. I appreciate it. You're always so kind. Have a great day out there. Hopefully get some sleep, or maybe you're gonna wake up now. I don't know. But yeah, I'll see you next time, Robert. Thanks, mate. Hey Andrew, what's up, brother? Good to see you, Snow White. Yeah. Waiting on Sean to dance. That's what we're waiting on. That's what we've been here all night for him to dance. All right, guys, give me a second. I need a drink. Just keep watching those boats on the edge and see what they do. All right, here we go. Looks like those little boats have sort of moved off a bit. Sean said, "I went incognito." Yeah, that's why she picks on you. Oh, were you on the Zoom thing earlier? Did you dance on there? Okay. Gail said, "Could be police making sure nobody jumps ship." Freedom! Swim to shore! We're gonna make it! This is not Alcatraz. No, I don't think anyone's gonna make a jump for it. I think they're just like, hurry up and let us get home to our countries. So I don't think anyone's gonna make a break for it at the last moment. I mean, hey, you never know. Maybe they got cabin fever. They might have cabin fever. I don't know. Maybe not. I hope they don't. Hey, if you don't know who I am, my name is Ping. This is my channel, Nights with Ping. We often do true crime each night, but tonight we're sort of looking at this cruise ship, the Hondius cruise ship with the passengers from all around the world, and this Hantavirus. We're just sort of seeing what's going on with the ship and checking out whether this disembarkment procedure is underway or not. So we've just been following it. We finally got some light. The sun came up. Yeah, you see this little boat. He keeps milling about. I don't know what he's getting up to. We can't see over this wall, so they've got like a breaker wall there, and we can't see over it, so we can't tell what they're up to. But this little boat has been backwards and forwards for hours, for about an hour now. So maybe they've been getting people off the ship already? Or they're just there keeping an eye on it. I don't know. There could be just the cops keeping an eye on everything. I'm just trying to see if we're getting an update from the BBC whether everyone has been disembarked or not. I'm not seeing an update right now through the BBC, but hopefully we will get an update. Their last update was 28 minutes ago, saying that the Hondius had docked it where it is right now, and that was their last update. Sean, I appreciate it. Hopefully, someone got a membership that is very kind. Very kind. I hope someone will put it to good use. Put it to good use. Use your membership and hang out in the chat. I don't know. So we're 15 past 7 right now. Sun's up. The sunrise here was 7:16. So right about right now. So this is now sunrise in the area. And the day is underway. The day is underway to figure this out. Danny said, "Are they leaving the ship there?" No. So as soon as the passengers have all been disembarked from here, that ship is going to leave the area. This cruise ship, the Hondius, is going to leave. They don't want it docking here at all. It is gone. They want it back out in the middle of the ocean and somewhere else. They want it to go to a different place. So it'll leave after this. They're just trying to get the passengers off. So I'm going to suspect that it's now been docked for almost 2 hours. I'm going to say that if people aren't off yet, I'm confused about what's going on. I think there must be people that have already been taken off. It doesn't take 2 hours to give a medical. Danny says to where? Back to its home country. I would think. Okay, so apparently it is going to sail to Rotterdam in the Netherlands. After all passengers disembark, it is going to go back to it's going to go back to Rotterdam. So it's going to go back to its home base in the Netherlands. So that is where it's going, which is surprising to me. There are some people from the Netherlands on the on the ship. So are they going to if you're from the Netherlands, are you just going to stay on board and go home? Wouldn't that be easier? Just the crew. It'll be no, some of the crew are leaving too. From what I've heard, they're only going to run a skeleton crew and go back to the Netherlands. Some of the crew are going to leave too, apparently. Not all of them, but a couple of them. Gayla said, I would stay. Imagine having the entire ship to yourself. You could be like, hey, I'm heading to the buffet and I get my choice of everything. Marlene said, Danny tried to plan a mutiny while you were gone, Ping. He does that. He does that. Tries to plan mutinies. Andrew said, how long would that take to sail from here to the Netherlands? I think about a week. Let me check. I think it's about a week. How long? Yeah, it depends, but yeah, somewhere between 4 days and 7 days, but, typically, it's on the shorter end of that, so not that long. Woman of Steel said, "No crew, so serve yourself." Yeah, just come with a giant spoon and just be like, "I'll take some of the pudding, I'll take some of the prawns." Hand to buffet. That's right. Each portion comes with a serve of Hantavirus. That's not a funny joke, Danny. It's a serious situation. Don't make fun of dead people. Uh, yeah, so there we go. Yeah, I guess medicals could take a while. I mean, you have to give everyone a small medical throughout. You'd have to have more than one doctor. You have to be able to get through 100 people. You'd have to have like two or three, maybe one for each level of the like the ship where the cabins are. You would have to maybe have one for each level to get through it so quickly. This little boat just keeps going around. You can just see the little top bit of it. Unopened booze would be safe. Yeah, it'd be a party cruise. Where's Gronkowski when we need him? Gronk, we have a mission. If you choose to accept it, we have a cruise ship in the middle of the Canary Islands. It is filled with unopened booze, but it has maybe possibly a hantavirus on board. It is your mission, if you choose to accept it, to head down to the MV Hondius and drink all the alcohol on board. Gronkowski's like, I can do it, sir. Woman still said, use Safari app, navigate to search YouTube. Apple don't allow gifting and some payments through the YouTube app. Yeah, it's a problem. Oh, look, there's people. Who are these people? The World Health Organization. So the WHO, not the Who, the band from the UK, the other one that deals with health, apparently. So we got a new view. They gave us a new view on the opposite side. So we were over the other side before. Now we're on the opposite side. We got a new camera view. Maybe I wonder if everything's been happening on the opposite side of the ship and our camera view on the opposite side could not see it. And maybe that's why they're like, hey, go to the other side and set up a camera. It's very interesting. I don't know if we're actually going to see anyone disembark. I'm interested to know how are they going to get them down? Because they're so high up on the deck level. How do you get them to another ship when you don't have like a port? Interested to know how they do that. I don't know. Maybe right now they still have not disembarked anyone. They did say this process would take some time. That this was not going to be like a simple thing. So that gives you another view of where we are right now. Say hi to Danny. Hi, Danny. What? Didn't I say hi to him before? Sean said bloody wind farms. Yeah, oh yeah, look up on the hill on the back. They have the turbines on the back there. I don't know. I don't think we're going to get too much more. The little ship went away. I don't know where he went. But look how far away they are from everyone else. They're like, you stay over there. Don't be coming down here where all the people are. You stay far out. I'd love to know where this guy is shooting from too. Like, do you see how high up in the air this guy is? This guy's like really high up in the air. He's like, I don't know, he's very elevated. I don't know if he's in a building or something, but he's high up. Could be both. Could be both. Yeah, so I don't have there's no media are reporting anything new right now to do with the yeah, no one's really reporting any new details about the disembarkment right now. Let's have a look. Just having a look right now. There was an update. Yeah. All the guests and a limited number of crew members were expected to begin to leave the ship from around 7 a.m. GMT. Well, that's British time, right? GMT. Once disembarked, they will be transferred immediately to their allocated aircraft. So there you go. That's coming from the cruise operator. So we're way past 7 a.m. now. We're way past 7 a.m. We are way, way past 7 a.m. right now. So, oh, look, a person. Hey, some people. Hey, it's a person. We see some people on the end there. Can you guys see them? There's one here. Oh, we moved. There was one on the end and one up the other side. Look, they're saying that once these people get off this boat, they are going straight to the airport. They are going straight to get on planes and get out of there. Yeah, there's a person right here. And there's one or two right here too. So we got a few people. Hey, there's some people. Hey, give us a wave, mate. Give us a wave. Where are the planes? At the airport. Yeah, so they're supposed to be disembarking onto another ship, like a smaller boat. But I don't know if that's that little boat we've seen come and go to the ship several times. There has been a smaller type of yeah, boat flanked by two small dinghies. So two small dinghies are flagging this slightly larger boat, and they've been coming and going to the ship for maybe the last hour or so, but I don't know if they're the ones who are actually doing the disembarkment or not. You can see them on the screen. They're very small, but they're to the right of the ship, right there. Gayla said we probably sent an army plane. I heard that it is a RAF plane that the British sent. That it is a British Air Force plane. It's the only one they can't send commercial, so it would have been a British, yeah, British Air Force. Would be a double ARF, double ARF, yeah, Royal double ARF, double A, no, RAF, whatever it's called, the Royal Air Force. It would be them. They're the ones who will be doing it. It's the dude with the long tail. Hey, get him, get him. He's the one with the hantavirus. It's him. It wasn't it wasn't the people at the tip. It was the guy with the tail. The RAF, double RAF, RAF, RATTF. Just throw letters in there, make it sound cool. Yeah, so it would be a British Air Force. That's who it'll be. They use the British Air Force planes for a bunch of things, including sometimes for like the Prime Minister, and when the Prime Minister has to fly places, they'll use uh, the military planes. Same in Australia, same in the USA. They also use them sometimes for repatriation flights, which is what we're expecting here. Did the tip visitors die? Yes, they did. I don't know what he's zooming in on. Something. All right. Kelly said, "Oh, we're still on." Got sidetracked by a very long phone call. We wondered where you got to. We were like, "Wonder where Kelly went." She just disappeared. I think we're going to wind up soon because I don't think we're really going to get much more than this. It's been a fun night, though. It's been a fun night. Warner Steele said, "Is a red Coast Guard ship or police?" I think it. I got no idea. I can't see. I can't see the writing. It could even be like one of those dredging ships that they use, that they dredge things or something, or it could be an icebreaker. It looks something like that, some sort of like industrial ship. It doesn't. I don't know if it is Coast Guard. They often use these ships for certain things, like oil machinery, to move it or fix it or do something. I don't know what it does. Could be a thing that outlays nets. Sometimes it's like or it could be actually, is that a cable ship? Is that the ones that does the cables on the ocean floor? I think that might be a cable ship that does a ocean floor thing. Hold on. think that might be a cable ship for the ocean floor. Maybe. I don't know. Those ones may be a little bit bigger. But there's these ships that you know how you get, like, telecommunication lines on the ocean floor? They sorta look like this. This is a really bad photo, it looks like AI, but, they sorta look like that, and they outreal that's a I don't think the cable's that big. This is a very poorly this is a really bad photo. Hold on. I'll get a better one that's more lifelike. There. They go like this, and, like, they make the cable for the ocean floor between countries so your internet can reach America. So, like, that's how they do it. They have these cable ships. I don't know if that's what that red ship is. It might be a cable layer. That looks like the NZ Navy sank in Samoa. Hey, Tassie Devil, I was supposed to cook curried sausages for dinner, but I haven't had time. I may have to do it tomorrow. Let's see. Kelly said that almost looks cartoonish. Yeah, that one was bad, right? Aren't those cables huge? Yeah, so are the ships. They're massive. But that's how they do it. That's how they lay the cables between countries and connect them together. They use these just massive ships that have like rows and rows and rows of cable. They are pretty cool. Let's have a look. If you're interested in seeing inside where they actually have the cable, they have these giant spools of cable. Look, there you go. There's a dude walking on the cable and it's all wrapped around, and this whole dome fills up with cable, and they just slowly wind it out over the oceans and lay it and eventually connect it on the other end, and that's how you can talk to different countries around the world on the internet. Kelly said, "Wait, am I the only one that just found out they lay cables underwater?" Yeah, that's how do you think they do the internet between countries? In the air? Giant air cables between countries. We often see them, and aeroplanes often fly into them. Let's see. Let's go back. Yeah, I don't know if we're getting much more, guys. I think that's just about it for the night. DJ said they just turned the lights off on the ship. Did they? Well, I guess because it's daytime now. It's now night, like there's now light out there. I don't think that means anything. Satellites. Wow. It's not quite what I was envisioning. Yeah. Only in America, Dan Ye. There's only internet in America. You know, Al Gore invented the internet. Yeah, I think we're gonna wind up. I think if they were disembarking, we would have seen it by now, or maybe we just can't see it happening. Ping was talking about the huge rusty looking ship where we were talking about the small red boat. Ah. DJ said there were lights on many of the windows, but they just turned them off. Interesting. Maybe they're all gone. Maybe they're all gone now. Okay, I will check it out. Sweet Universe said, "Thankfully, we found out who the girl was in the bin in Marysville." Yeah, last night. That was really good that we found out who she was. Very sad story about the girl in the bin. Still no toxicology results back for her. Oh, hey, a red boat. Look, a different boat, mate. Look, is that how the peoples get off? I wonder if that's the boat. We haven't seen that one before, have we? We had the other one that looked like a police boat earlier. Who's this little red boat? Of course. Oh, here he is. Oh. Oh, he's turning the corner, mate. Hey, mate, give us a wave. May- Maybe just cruising around. They all get on the one boat. I think they're gonna use a boat to ferry between, this boat and the mainland, basically, where the airport is. That's what there was earlier a bunch of small dinghies, like a bunch of small dinghies, like little black ones that were up here. They were escorted by what looked like a police boat or a coast guard or some sort of, um, some sort of officials. But there was a bunch of like little tiny boats and then a large boat earlier that we saw. Not this red one. Yeah, that's right. Give us a wave, mate. So yeah, maybe that's how they got off, but we didn't really witness it. You got to think about the size of the scale too. Like that boat's so huge, and the people are like this big. So it may have happened and we didn't see it. Kelly said didn't take that long to find out who she was either. Only about a week, which isn't too bad that they found out her identity, which is it's great. Hopefully they will now find out how she died because that's the next problem we have is how did she end up in a bin and who killed her? Because we don't know. We're still not 100% sure. Yeah, so you guys can see, I don't know if you guys can see it on your screen, but there's a little boat here too. You can just see the top of his boat on the left-hand side of the screen there. He's just about to go out of frame, but there's also a little boat there. So there's been several different vessels that have sort of been going around the larger Hondius. Sean said, did they get to see Antarctica or not? I don't know. I'm not sure if they made it there. Don't know if they went there or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're not. I was hoping normally the BBC or Reuters would have someone on the ground, but I'm not seeing. Yeah, last update from BBC and Reuters was over an hour ago. So no such luck on much of an update from either of them at this point in time. The red boat looks like a tugboat. Sky News, maybe. 24 minutes ago. Let's have a look. Do they have any footage? I think they're already off. If they're talking about it was going to be that quick, hey, we have a little thing here from the Hondius on this side now. I have a funny feeling that the people with the cameras could actually see them being disembarked, but were for privacy reasons not actually showing it. I think they've already gone. I have a funny feeling that they're already off, and they're already been gone maybe because they said it would take minutes. Ah, is that how they've been doing it? Now we find out it is the motherfucking tugboat. We now figured it out. There's a secret door on the ship. Look at the door, mate. Look. That's how they're doing it. Ah, so they've been like, there's still people up there on that level. Look, on that level, they must be all grouped up there. Look how many people, there's still quite a few. Geez, if they're only getting underway now, they're late. They're about 40 minutes late now. They were supposed to get underway at 7 a.m. There are a lot of people up there, so no, it's not done. Well, it looks like we're just about to get underway. So they're gonna be loaded onto this tugboat, apparently. Come on, yeah, there are these people, look at them, there's a lot of people running around upstairs, a lot of people going, "Hey, hey, it's time, hey, we're going. Look, the boat's here." Interesting way to do it. I didn't know boats had, like, a little door like that. Did you guys know that? I didn't know they had a door that was, like, at water level. Sean said, "That's the same way I got off in New Caledonia." I've been to New Caledonia, with no port. Ping has been to New Caledonia. I have been to Noumea on New Caledonia. He's like, "Hey, here's some parcels. It's a pizza." No, it's not a pizza. I don't know what it is. Probably medical supplies. That's, very interesting. Here we go. Someone boarded the boat. Maybe that's the medical technician that's gonna do the medical, because 'cause they're all dressed in, like, the white and all that. Maybe that is the person who will end up doing that. So it looks like we are, yeah, they were a little late. So we're about 42 minutes over their estimation of 7 a.m. So, yeah. Alright, we're gonna keep going for a bit longer. A lot of people up on that second level running around. Looks like they're doing, like, a head count. They keep going like 2, 4, 6, dirt, dirt. God, imagine being in this though, like, this is imagine you swap places with them right now, and this is your reality. You're like, "Oh my god." I take a trip, and I end up in a friggin' giant international, you know, effort to bring me home. The guy on the ship, he's all like, "Mate, you're lined up wrong. You gotta make it straight. What are you doing?" He was really unhappy with, like, the level of the boat. He was like, "Hey, over here." Galen said, "I told you they would be late. All those countries together would be a cluster." Yeah, it would be pretty hard to do. All right, we'll see when we get our first passenger. So they've got 100 people they have to do a little bit of a medical checkup, check their temperature, all that type of thing. And it's going to take a minute to get that done. But then, yeah, we're going to see some people get disembarked. We'll see if they put them in the country groups. Like, are we going to get the largest group first? Who is that? Is that the Americans? Is that the British? Like, is it the British and the Australians together? Who is the largest group here? And they will probably be the first ones to go, I would say. That is probably who they want first. So we finally got to the exciting point. Hey, I could have come on like 2 hours later and just come on for the exciting bit. Sweet Universe said, just because some idiot wanted to see a garbage dump. Yeah. Um, Kelly said, "How many people?" 100, yeah, roughly. I think there's some crew members who are also heading home as well and are not heading back to Amsterdam. Gayla said they're coming off like in contestants for Eurovision. Down the ramp, singing a song. This bloody boat keeps like drifting out of his line of sight. He's supposed to be a little more forward, and he keeps drifting. Silly tugboat. Luggage will be a nightmare. Hey, Carolina. Yeah, it would. Yeah, yeah, we know in country groups. We already know that. But who is the largest country group? Who's got the largest amount of passengers? Okay. Okay. So yeah, we'll wait. We'll see if we get some people. Sweet never said, are they going home or to a hospital? They are going home. So they are going straight from here. Like they said in that little video, it's about a 10-minute drive to the airport. They're going straight to the airport and straight onto a plane and going home. So it'll once they get off this actual cruise ship, within about half an hour, they'll be in the air and they'll be gone. So it'll be very, very, very quick by the time they actually get out of this boat. It'll be very quick and they'll actually not be on the land for very long. This country is petrified of an outbreak and they just want them out of here. Kelly said, "Wait, what home home? No, they're just going back to their country. They'll head back to their country. I don't know. Each country's got their own isolation protocol. So the USA, they're heading to Nebraska. They're heading to Nebraska to be put into isolation. UK's got a facility that they're heading to as well. Australia, they're heading to possibly Melbourne in the purpose-built facility in Melbourne. They built one during the pandemic that can house like 1,000 people, and that is probably where they might go to in Australia. If not, they'll go to the one in the Northern Territory. So we've got two. There's one in Melbourne and one in the Northern Territory, and they might. I don't know which one they're heading to, but possibly the one in Melbourne or the Northern Territory. So no, they're all heading for some period of isolation. They are not free. They are heading to some form of confinement for a period of time. Although I hear some countries are actually going to allow them to self isolate at home on a condition that they don't live with anyone else and that their partner is with them on the cruise ship, that they can actually self isolate in their own apartment. That's just what I've heard. As long as they don't have like children or anything and anyone else that lives in their property, apparently they may be able to self isolate at their home. Um, Kelly said isolation and quarantine will suck, but it'll be better and sadder than the boat. Yeah. Kelly said, "Oh Lord, we saw how self isolation worked before." I think this one might be, they'll have more resources to check on them every day. So they're not going to be able to like sneak out because there'll be people watching them, even in self isolation at home. You know, it's different when you got 20,000 people you got to keep an eye on. It's very different. When you got two or three, it's different. So I don't know. There's a lot of movement now. Maybe they had to have their breakfast and they're like, "Hey, we want to have our breakfast before we get on the plane." They're like, "All right, we'll all go have breakfast together. One last hurrah." Don't know. Could be. We're gonna have to wait and see when we actually get a on offboarding. Guys, give me 5 seconds. I have to go do something. All right. Hey guys, we're back. They did see Antarctica earlier. That's good. Tie little bells to them like they're a cat. Yeah, we could do that. We need a industrial supply of tiny little bells, please. We'll have to see. Going very slowly process. You know, they talked about how they wanted this to be very quick, and so far they've been in port since about 3 hours ago. So this has been a long process so far, very long. You know, talk about this whole we wanted this to be quick and get them in and out. It's going to be end up being like about a quarter of a day of a process to do all this. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't know why all of a sudden we've got this view on this side, but I don't know. But hey, I want to take us back to the tugboat. Seems like they are talking to. There's some people talking on the bow. What are they talking about and who are they? Don't know. They're in a very animated discussion, whatever they're talking about. They must have. Sean says many people live on cruise ships all year round and travel the globe. Imagine all the bugs you need to combat, especially the older retirees. Yeah, you have a point. I wonder if they get sick often or not. Like, I wonder if they get sick more often than normal people. A lip reader would be nice right now. Let's see. It is moving freaking slowly, eh? Let's see. Just having a look to see if there's any other updates. Not seeing anything new being reported right now. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. I had to go fix something. How you guys going? Have we got anything good happening? They've taken us much further away for some reason. They've taken us like a quarter of a mile away. Why have they done that? I don't know. But they've taken us to like a very far away view. Maybe just to show us like the scale of everything. Which oh, there is a helicopter. Maybe that is the helicopter we saw earlier. You guys remember? We saw what looked like a UFO. Yeah, wow, look at the wind turbines. A lot of wind turbines. And then the cruise ship with like nothing around it. Nothing around the Hondius at all. So far, not a lot of movement. We are very much waiting. I think it's probably going to be at least another hour. I think it could. The fact that only one medical personnel got on the ship, I think it could be another hour. She's got to go through, or he or she. I thought it looked like a female. It's going to take them at least 1 hour to work through all those passengers and give them like a quick medical. You know, they've got to go through all of it. Sean says, where is the video feed coming from? I don't know. It must be a port CCTV with that much zoom. It could be. Or it's an actual professional camera. Like someone's actually got a professional video camera. This one might be a port camera, maybe. It's very high up. It's very high in the air, so that's very interesting to me. But I'm not seeing. I wish we go back to the tugboat view because that was a good view. We were actually getting some interesting viewage from that side of the ship. Why we had to change from that one, I don't know. Sweet versus no one wants to be around that ship. Apparently not. Or more like the Spanish government doesn't want anyone around it. Look, there's the helicopter. Chugga, 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 chugga. Hurry, it's a helicopter. So, yeah, they've taken us far away. I don't know why. We were quite almost on the side of the ship about 15 minutes ago, and they've not taken us back to that view again. Maybe they got told by authorities to go away. Maybe they got told that they couldn't film. I don't know, but that was a way better angle what we had before. So I'm not sure. We'll find out if they ever go back to it. It definitely seems like we're on a pan, tilt, and zoom because they seem to be like able to pan, tilt, and zoom, and it seems mechanical. It doesn't seem manual. When a manual pan, tilt, and zoom, you can feel it, but this seems mechanical, done by like an actual, something like that. Marlene says, "What does the tugboat sound like?" I don't know. I'm not sure. Kelly J said, "It's not like we would be able to see faces clearly. They'd be all blurred and pixelated to protect their identities." Maybe. Maybe not. Hey, there's the tugboat. Hey, there he is, mate. I see him. There he is. Let's see if people are gonna get off the ship or not. So that must be the ship that they're gonna disembark people with. That medical lady is, or man, is still up there. A lot of people on the bridge of the ship. You can see a lot of people at the top level too. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Kelly said, "I would like a word with this camera operator." Yeah. I don't know what happened to our other view. It disappeared at one point. I reckon they got kicked out. I reckon they were on this side, and I reckon they got told to move. That's just my opinion, but I reckon they got told to move because they had a really good head-on shot of that boat from around like 90 degrees from here. and I just have a funny feeling they got told to leave the area. So, because you're not supposed to be within 1 mile of this ship. No one. Doesn't matter if you're media or anything. You're not allowed anywhere near it. So that may have been what happened. They there we go. Loud noises. So far, no, we haven't had a lot of movement, and now we're getting into 8 a.m. in the morning. We're now 8 a.m. The plan was for them to actually disembark an hour ago. Actually, there's people on the back of that boat now. Wonder if we're slowly starting to get people to get on there. There's someone on the back now. I wonder if we are getting some people off. Yep, there's people in the plankway coming off now, guys. I can see something happening in that doorway, or at least one of them preparing to come off or are coming off. I don't know. But there was like someone coming out of one of these portholes on the side of the ship here. Interesting. We may be getting some actual movement of people coming off now. Missy says, "Pretty sure I'm the only one in the world that if you told me I'd be stuck on God's salt water on the boat, I would say thank you. You'd be the happiest girl in the world." Okay. I don't know how many people would be happy to be stuck on a giant tin can, but hey, it's a pretty solid boat. You'd be pretty safe. Besides the hantavirus, so we're just waiting to see this first sort of disembarkment of passengers. Sweet Universe said maybe they're going to put bells on them when they come out. I think so. I think that's what that's how they're going to track them by noise. They're going to track them with noises. They're going to be like, "Hey, if you hear a bell, report it. We've set up a hotline. Hear the bells, report it. Means someone broke their quarantine." Yeah, it's an icebreaker. Yeah, it's what they call an icebreaker. You would be safe in like 99% of all water on Earth on that ship. The Hondius has been in a documentary. There was a documentary a couple of years ago about this boat, about how it does ice breaking. So there was a big doco about it online. That's where a lot of people know it from. Guys, if you see the little people jump out of the side of the boat onto that tugboat, you let me know. I'm watching too, but maybe I'll miss it. There was definitely someone who peeked their head out like 10 minutes, 5 minutes ago out of that little doorway. Someone stuck their head out of there before. Not if the plumbing F's up. Yeah. Kelly said, "Really, do you know the name? I want to watch that one." I don't, but if you look up one of the icebreaker documentaries about the cruise ships that do icebreaking, you should be able to find it. And it does have this boat in it. And it shows you what they do and where they go and where they break ice and, you know, do things. Kelly said, "Haven't they been having to stay quarantined in private rooms 24/7?" Basically, but I guess the authorities want to make sure, like maybe the virus is on the boat. Maybe everyone's, there's probably two stages of isolation: boat isolation, then a fresh isolation in their home country. They're very two different things. As there's a known virus in this entire boat, when you go to a new facility, now this is a fresh area that's got no virus. So now you do a new isolation. That's how you do these sort of steps to really get this virus, get a handle on it. you just really start isolating. So now it's a fresh environment. You know there's no virus there. You see what happens. You go from there. Geez, we are really, really over time. We're about an hour late now. They really wanted this done around 7. It's now 8 a.m. A lot of movement. Seeing a lot of people walking around. Marlene said, "Will they have fresh clothes or med suits?" I have got no idea. No idea what they might be wearing. Seeing a lot of movement though. A lot of movement around the boat. Sounds to me like we're not going to get underway for about another hour. I really think it's probably going to be about one more hour before they start disembarking. I just think this process of medical evaluation is just longer than what they think it's going to take. They thought originally it'd only take about half an hour, but I think it's going to be longer. Takes quite a long time to eval that many people, plus 40 crew members. A med suit with bells on it. You guys in the bell theory. They're like, yeah, just tie bells to him. We'll hear him. We'll hear him coming. They'll never get us. The virus will never get us. They've got all the bells. Let's see. It's been a slow burn tonight. A real slow burn. I feel like Lookner. I feel like I'm doing my cosplay of Steve Lookner tonight. That's what I think I'm that's what I think has been going on. Doing it's my cosplaying of Steve Lookner tonight, guys. I'm taking over for him. I'm stepping in when he's asleep. Something's happening. Don't see anything yet. Let's see. Maybe we are gonna get some people. I don't know. It's not. I'm not seeing anything on this side. Not out of that doorway. Geez, if this is how slow the process is going to go, it's going to take like all day. They're talking about how, oh, it's going to be really quick. We're going to get them off the island. They're not going to fly until like 1 p.m. or something. It's going to be a long process. You have to scream breaking news. Breaking news, breaking news. Yeah. I have to yeah, I find it so funny when Steve does that. I almost feel like he's a caricature of himself sometimes. That's how I feel. I feel like he's just making fun of himself, which is pretty funny. I like when he gets angry with the chat. DJ said this is a live from the from AP, which is Associated Press. This one's a live? I don't think this is AP. This is not AP. Oh, a different view? From AP. Associated. I don't think we can use it though. All right, I see it. They're the ones who got the tugboat view. Gotcha. All right. Let's see if we get in trouble with AP. Let's see if Associated Press gets us in trouble. Let's see if we get in trouble with AP. Marlene said, "More likes, please. Thanks, Ping." Yeah, yes. If people could like the video, I would appreciate it. Missy said, "I figured they wouldn't make him change clothes into something that hasn't been contaminated." Yeah, possibly. We really got to get this shot. That's what everyone wants. Everyone wants a shot of people leaving the boat. That's like the money shot today for all press organizations. It's like, where's that money shot of someone leaving the boat? That is like the big thing today. Still not seeing a lot of movement out of that gangway or whatever it is. Really not seeing it, eh? Very, very strange process. Very strange process right now. Hey guys, if you're watching from around the world, we are peeping in to the MV Hondius as they evacuate people from the ship and then get them to repatriation flights at the airport. We're waiting for them to actually get off the boat onto this little boat, little tugboat, and get them to the vans that are waiting for them to take them to the airport and get them out and back to their own countries. So that is sort of what we're waiting on right now. We're waiting on them to disembark. That's just what we're sort of waiting on. We saw this tugboat pull up earlier, and someone dressed in a Tyvek suit got off this tugboat and entered the MV Hondius. Let's have a look. Where's my other one? All right, guys, if you can't hear it, I can. She's saying basically want to thank 23 countries around the world. And yeah, she's basically saying that she wanted to thank 23 countries around the world. It was a very large collaborative effort, lot of things that had to happen to make that happen. Like there was just so many countries, so many input from all these countries. It was like a giant uh just a giant collaborative effort. She then says that the Spanish citizens will be the first ones to disembark. Spanish citizens will be the first ones off the boat. After that, she says, then the rest of the people. So after that, that's what it'll be. Yeah, I know. I don't know why you guys can't hear it. I don't know why. So I'm not sure. Yeah, they're speaking Spanish for the majority of it anyway. She's doing an English translation. The Spanish. Sounds like she's speaking Spanish, and then there's an English translation after. But look, the rest of it now is them her just taking questions. So complainer group one is going first, but apparently it's the Spanish. So so it'll be the Spanish. I've turned the volume off now, so that's why you guys can't hear it. Yeah, if you put in your headphones, you'll be able to hear it, but she's speaking Spanish. Look, I'm not gonna play it because the majority of it she's speaking in Spanish and she gives an English translation and sometimes she doesn't. So I'm just gonna pause the audio. Look, the majority of what we want to know is there. They they docked about 6:34 this morning. And yeah, the first one, so they're still waiting for the first ones to get out of the boat. And they're saying that it will be the Spanish who are the first ones to be let off that boat, which makes sense. They're in a Spanish country. They want to get their people off first. You know, hey, privilege of being the country they're going to, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I could play it if you want. You will have to hold your phone up to your ear. My Spanish is terrible. I'm not very good. I have been learning a little bit here and there. I've been learning a little bit. Um, not much though. Like I know a few words, but it's not very good. Not that great. Ping's not very good with languages. Kelly said, I wish I knew Spanish. Me too. It's something we're working on as we do so many stories from that part of the world or where people are Spanish speaking. We do heaps. So it's probably a good idea to learn some. And like, so I've been learning little bits here and there through an app. I've been doing an app to sort of like learn words and phrases. Kelly said, or any second language, Spanish would be the most useful, though. It would be useful, right? You guys should take it up with me. We can all learn together. We can all do lessons together and become fluent. But yeah, it sounds like they're just still waiting for this disembarkment to occur. Like that's it. They said they expect it to take at least a couple more hours. So it's got a long process ahead of us still. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait. I've got another view, but it's with AP. I don't want to get owned by Associating Press and their copyright. So when we start seeing people come out of it, then I'll switch it over. But give me 2 minutes, guys. I have to go do something. Keep watching the weird boat. Sean said, I recall drawing pictures of a boat in a Peruvian chemist in order to get seasickness tablets. They probably just gave you cocaine. They're probably like, here, this will make you feel great. Um, Kelly said, that's BS what happened to free press and news, especially the bigger ones. Yeah, they're sooks. They're big copyright sooks, apparently. Sweet said, I can't even remember that long ago. Me either. In high school, I took Italian and I could take French and I didn't take French. I took Italian and I did 3 years of Indonesian. Why Indonesian? I got no friggin' idea, but apparently that is what our school prescribed was Indonesian. So I did 3 years of Indonesian language studies. Do I remember any of it now? Nope. None of it. I'm 40 now and I don't remember any of it. Missy said, "It wasn't my proudest moment, but when my daughter and I took a cruise, we had 21 pieces of luggage." What? They said, "Where's the rest of your party?" And we said, "We are the party." Oh my God, 21 pieces of luggage? What were you doing on the cruise? You took your whole life with you? Gayla said, "You do the hand signals like waves and make a sick noise. They know what pills you want." Yeah, you just go motion of the ocean, blah. And they're like, "Okay, here you go. Here's some seasickness seasickness tablets." Uh, um, Sweet Universe said, "Are you close to Indonesia?" Me personally, no. Me and Indonesia are not that close. We're not that good of friends. The country of Australia, yeah. They're our neighbors to the north. There's like Australia, then Indonesia. So they're very close to us. Sean said, "I wish I knew more Mandarin." I don't know any Mandarin except for the one from the supermarket. Kelly said, "I don't think I could even fill up that much luggage." What did you take in 21 pieces of luggage? I'd love to know. Nothing going on the tugboat side right now. Tugboat seems to be hanging out, not doing anything really. A lot of movements in the rooms. Everyone's doors seem to be open, and it seems like everyone might be in a different location on the ship because no one seems to be in their bedroom, maybe. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe in the mess hall. Maybe they're in a location on the boat, where they can be in a group or something. I don't know. I saw a lady go on her balcony. There was a lady who went onto her balcony just before. So no one seems like they're in that big of a rush. No one seems like they're in that big of a rush that they're gonna be off the boat in a minute. Yeah, breakfast. That's what I said earlier, Sean. I was like, I bet you they had to have their breakfast. I bet you that they had to have their brekkie. Because right now there's just here. I'll show you guys. There's like no rush of anyone to get out of here. Look, there's a dude dawdling up the top. There was a lady in this window here. She came out for a bit, just stood on her balcony and had a look. They're just no one's in much of anything of a rush, really. Here's the cops. Look, it's the federales. They've got the federales down here. So you got tugboat and federales. Um, but no, yeah, no one seems to really be rushing to get off the boat. Everyone's just chilling out. Free morning mimosas for everyone. Hey, we got to use up all the friggin' vodka, all the champagne. We got to use it all up before you guys go. Hey, get drunk. Get drunk before you go on a flight. Hey, look, a guy. Hey, look, a guy. There's a guy. Hey, give us a wave. Where's he going? Mate, where you going? That's not off the boat. You're going in the wrong direction. I don't know where that guy's going, but he was up here on the top level before. Empanada? I want an empanada. I'm starving. I'm so hungry. It's like dinner time here in Victoria, Australia right now, and I'm starving. I gotta go. I'm probably gonna have to go have my dinner soon. Well, let's see if we get any movement at all. Gayla said that's what the poop cruise did, then refrigerated it when the toilets float. Yuck. Uh, Kelly J said, loving Ping's voiceover work. Yeah, you like the voices? They're pretty good. Look, there's a dude here. Look, where are these people coming from? Oh, there's more people. Look, one here, one here. There's a lady up here. We got people like that. Do these people look like they're in a rush? That they're all like the Spanish government has told us we have to be off this boat onto the van and then to the airport and get on a plane and get out of here urgently. No one seems like they're that. Look, look at this dude just dawdling. Look at this guy looking at the sun. They do not seem that panicked. They're all like, "Oh, hey, hi, people. How's it going?" They don't seem that panicked about what is going on or how fast they have to get off. Hey, look at all the boats. Look how many there are. Quite a few. Yeah, I don't know when we're going to see movement on here, but yeah, I mean it is a lot of people. We have to remember that it's 140 people. They all need a medical, and how long is that going to take? It's like how long is a piece of string? Could be like another hour. Probably worried about what's waiting for them at the other end. That's true, you know. They must be like, I'm gonna get out of here and then I'm gonna go into friggin' isolation in my home country. Why is there several cameras with like all the same view? It's really bizarre. And then this one's got a even different view. We keep switching around cameras and views. The camera is sinking, apparently. Is the boat moving or is the camera moving? I can't figure it out. If the camera's moving or the boat's moving. We seem to have another view here. I almost feel like we're getting further away from the boat again. And we've got a really bad angle at the moment. Like there's two people here just hanging out. There are actually three people. One, two, three. They might be staff, I don't know, but they're sort of just watching what's going on. Four people. One, two, three, four people. I think they might be staff members actually. Because they were like just hanging out. And then there's another bunch up here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. And then Mr. Dude up here with the mask. Mr. Dude up here who keeps wandering around. He's been up here for a while. These look like staff members. They're all wearing black. Same with the ones down here. They're all wearing black too. So I'm guessing these are staff members as well. I will laugh if they tell us they had to have their breakfast. Which I mean, I guess they have to get something to eat before they leave. But yeah, these all look like staff members. They all look like they're watching what's going on. So maybe we're about to get underway because they all seem to be watching that area. Yeah, hold on. Oh, one of our other streams died. Where's our other stream? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it looks like the same color shirts as the bottom row. I think it must be staff members. Yeah, I'll take you back so you can watch them. They're on that bottom area. They all seem to be coming down now. They were on that top level, and they seem to have come down here now. So maybe they've been told to gather together. Oh, they're waving. Hey, she did wave to us. Yeah. Hey, we told them give us a wave, and she did. Good work. Someone finally waved to us. The first person finally. She waved to us. She seems so excited. She's like, hey, how's it going? Sean said they aren't trapped in the Strait of Hormuz, for crying out loud. Yeah. Yeah, she did. She waved. I don't know what that was about. She just sort of like stuck her arms in the air going, "Hey, hey, how's it going?" You have a fan. Yeah, they've been watching Nights with Ping, obviously. They're watching all on their phones. Is that what's going on? If you're on the boat, the Hondius, comment in chat and leave a comment. No. I don't think anyone's watching us right now. From the cruise ship. I don't think so. But there you go. They sort of got that view. I would have to think those people are crew. They're all wearing masks too. Do you guys see that? All wearing masks. Why we don't have our side-on view anymore, I don't know. Something tells me that maybe passengers are disembarking right now, because why have we suddenly moved to the back end of the ship when before we had the view of the tugboat? Something tells me that maybe the media were told not to film it. I don't know, just a guess. And why are all these people watching down the boat? They all seem to be sticking their head out and watching further down the boat. So maybe something's going on. That tugboat is lined up. Why does it seem like that ship is moving? I know it's anchored and it's probably like not hard anchored, so it moves in the current. Yeah, because all these people kept sticking their head out and looking down this way. So we'll have to wait and see if people hop out of that little plank. You got a lot of staff. Look, there's another 2 up there. Yeah, it seems to be drifting a little bit. Very slow process, isn't it, guys? The staff are you got a bunch here and then a bunch on the top too, on that top level. Oh, an ND filter. Well done, cameraman. An ND filter. Pro move. Everyone's just hanging out. They're like, we just want to see the people get off. Show us the people leaving. Show us proof that you haven't killed them all. Sean said, "Do they have to take them away from land as part of the operation?" Away from land? I don't know. I know they're not allowed to dock as such. They're not allowed to actually get to the port. They have to sort of be in the open water. So far, yeah, it was. That's what it was, Sean, an ND filter. They've been told, "Okay, get out now, you took too long." Yeah, they're like, "The Spanish people are pissed off. They want you to leave. You were supposed to take, like, 20 minutes. Now you need to go back out to sea." I'm gonna stay on till the top of the hour, and then I'm gonna call it because, like, we've been on for hours watching this. And then I will get out of here and go eat my dinner because I'm freaking hungry. Let's go. I should have eaten before we got on the air. That's what I should have done. That's where it all went wrong for Ping. Should have eaten before we got on the air. The passengers are sleeping in. No, I heard they were up at 5 a.m. They had to get up at 5 for some reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe to pack, make sure they had everything. But they were supposed to be up at 5. Oh, all the staff have just hightailed it to somewhere. They all just left all of a sudden. So where they're off to, not sure. Let's see, would you have the other camera angle again? The other camera angle is about the same. So, well, I don't know. Watching a boat in the water. That's what we like to do. It's an optical illusion of movement from staring so long. It could be. Gayla said, I'm chomping lactose-free Cathedral City cheddar. What is that? Cathedral City cheddar. I've never heard of it. It's an optical illusion of movement. Well, could be. Um, where is Vlissingen? I think Rotterdam. I'm guessing because that's where they're heading. Norway? Why would they be heading to Rotterdam then? Is that where the company's headquartered? Cheddar cheese. Hey, look, a guy. Look. There's a dude. Look. Hi, guy. Do you want to get off the ship? Go and meet the tugboat. he's, he's a bit camera shy. He left. I wonder if they turned the ship on purpose, maybe to get away from the camera view. That's what I was just thinking a second ago. I was like, why do we suddenly not have the same view and the guy is standing in the same place? And I was like, I wonder if they quietly moved the ship a little bit on an angle so that the camera couldn't see. I was like, maybe. Yeah, it's under a Dutch flag. Hey, my cat's here. Look. Hey, Muff. He's here. He's helping me conduct the show. Hey, Muffin. What's going on? Hey, buddy. What is for dinner? I don't know. Wait, didn't we change the camera? Did we change the camera angle today? Oh, that's not how that works. I accidentally sent the camera to sleep. There we go. Did we change the camera? Oh, there we go. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see Muff. Yeah, Muff. Yeah, here he is. Hey, buddy. Yeah, come up here. Here he is. See? He follows commands. You just have to tap something and he jumps up. Hey, buddy. Hello. Hello. You don't have to kiss Dad. What you up to? You watching the ship come in? Is that what you're doing? Hey? Is that what you're up to? All right. He's back on his bed. Sweet Inver says, my mother is having a Mother's Day feast later today. That sounds good. I am not, I don't know. What is for dinner? Sundays are a weird day because Mrs. Ping goes back to work, so she doesn't like to eat much in the nighttime. Oh, did you see that? Did you guys see that? He jumped from over there straight onto my lap, a gap of like a meter. Hey, buddy. Oh, what are you doing? You just wanted to be part of the show? Is that what happened? You wanted to be part of the show? You're like, don't leave me out. Here he is. Hey, buddy. What you doing, Orange Cat? You just can't handle being shown up. Is that what it is? Giant cat tail. All right, you can sit there. If you start biting my hands, you'll have to go. Nope, don't bite. He likes to bite my hands. Oh, don't claw. Hey, we got to talk about the ship, buddy. What a cheeky cat. He literally jumped across this gap under the microphone and landed on my lap. I'm not kidding. Mrs. Pink, did you see that? He jumped from here under the microphone and landed on my lap. Judged it perfectly. Crazy animal. He just loves being on the camera. Yeah, wacky animal, he is. Gayla said, "It's Mother's Day. Where are you and the furry ones cooking Mrs. Pink?" She won't eat tonight, unfortunately. She probably won't eat. Just I will. What you doing, bud? So we're still waiting. Still waiting for what's going on. Hey, buddy, you purring? Our views have not gotten better of the ship. Our views have not gotten much better. They've just gotten worse. Um, Gayla says her cat Hades comes for cuddles and bites you. Yeah, he bites too. But that was one of the craziest things I think I've ever seen him do. I don't even know if you guys caught it on camera, but he jumped under this microphone bar on a flat angle from over here, and he just went doosh and went under it and landed on my lap. One of the craziest things I think I've seen him do. That was hell. He could be like a marksman. Um, we got the shittest angle right now. Come on, give us a better angle. We got a side view here. I really do feel like they have tilted that ship on purpose, so we can't see it. Because it's just strange how this cameraman hasn't moving, but the ship has. So maybe they just don't want to broadcast it. All right, let me see. See if we got any updates going on with that. I'll see if they got an update for that press conference so I can actually talk to you about it. I am not seeing anyone translating that press conference right now. That's interesting. They did have a photo of the medical personnel, but I think when we saw the tugboat pull up, we only saw one person, right? Look, here's a photo of the medical personnel. They even have like their feet and that taped up. So these were the medical personnel that were going to get put aboard. But I swear to God, we only saw one go across on the tugboat. I told you earlier that I thought they'd need one per level to be able to get through this quickly enough. And yeah, interesting that there was multiple. Sean says, I dated a guy for 2 years. A guy? Oh, you said a girl. I dated a girl for 2 years from Madeira, an island nearby, but they speak Portuguese, not Spanish. About to say, Sean, I thought you were coming out to the chat. I was very proud of you. Gayla said they might be waiting. Yeah. Kelly said, I can translate. We are doing great. Everyone is doing great. No reason to be scared and freak out. Everything is under control. Yeah, that's what they said, basically. That is basically what they said. All right. So we'll give it 15 more minutes. And if nothing happens, we'll wrap up for the day. They'll eventually get off this bloody boat. But it's been a long process. Like they talked how this was going to be efficient, it was going to go quick. Well, it hasn't. It's been way long, hours and hours. It's been much longer than I think any of us thought it might be. You're asexual, just asexual. When people ask you, like, yeah, I'm very asexuals. I'm sexuals of all of them. Um, come on, boat. What's going on? Oh, I think the other view is better. What happened to our tugboat? I don't know. Um, Gayla said when you said that, I laughed. Hey, don't laugh at people and their sexuality. That's not what we do here. Come on. This is like now it's turned into like the most exciting thing ever to the most boring thing ever. Hurry, give us the boat, mate. Show us the people getting off. You know what's gonna happen? The moment I turn the live stream off, they're all gonna get off. Like 2 seconds later, it's gonna be like, "Oh, it's happening now." It's exactly what's gonna happen. But I still don't understand why we've got the opposite view now. That's, interesting. Yeah, nothing ever runs on time. That's how things work in the world. Are they gonna put people in that little boat? That'd be interesting. Let's see if we get some disembarkment action. They'll all be covered in bells? I don't know, that theory of you guys and your bells, I don't know about that. That's how they're gonna trace them worldwide, through bells on their clothing. That's how they're gonna do it. Still not a lot of movement. Although everyone seems to have disappeared from the decks. There is 2 people there on the middle deck, but for the most part, all the people that were hanging out before have disappeared. Kelly said, "Yeah, it happens every time." It will. If I turn the live stream off, they'll all come out. Muff, come here, bud. You are a heavy boy. Come here. Good cat. Good boy. Oh, I had to get him off. He was hurting my knee. He's a heavy boy. Oh, my knee just clicked. He's a heavy cat. Um, Sweet Universe said, "All one huge cowbell." What, tied to all of them? So like they have to move as a group. I mean, it's one way to stop them dispersing in their home country. You could run them as like tied together. It's like that challenge, you know. Marv, did you drool on my phone? My cat drooled on my phone. Good work, good work, cat. Let's see. Missy says, "I bet they offer them everybody that was on board a free cruise anytime in their lifetime that they want, or half their money back. They will offer them something. Maybe depends how bad the company feels. If they don't feel bad, then they're not getting anything. Oh, hey, a person in a room. Look, hey, look, it's a guy. Look, it's a person in a room. Look, there's people in the rooms. Oh, hi." No one looks like they're in a rush though. They haven't even left. Are they still gathering up their stuff? I don't know if that's them or is that cleaners, like workers going room to room cleaning them. I'm not sure whether that's like actual people doing it or it's actual people grabbing their luggage and stuff to go. We'll see. We'll see in a minute. What? Missy said, "I think they're going to stick a chip in them." It's a weird thing to do. Might be sexual assault if you do that. So we got a bit of movement of people around the cabins right now. But so far we haven't really seen anyone leave. Yeah, Sean said, "Glad no one's having a quickie before leaving. They'd be captured on candid camera." I reckon they're crew. I reckon they might be cleaning, maybe. We'll see. Still got a few people on board, at least from what we can see. Hold on, guys. Okay, so I just found out some new information. Apparently, people are asking, like, what about their luggage? Apparently, all luggage is going to be staying on board. No one is permitted to take their luggage with them, which is interesting. No one is allowed to take their image with them. The red boat is coming back to the ship. Okay. What did it do? Ah, I see the red boat on the end there. Yeah, I saw it go behind that. So I reckon they've moved the ship on purpose so that we're not getting a very good view of it. I think that's what's going on. It's possible that people have already left now. I have a feeling that they would have to have. I think those people going room to room were cleaners. I think they were the staff we saw on the end of the boat that were gathered. I think they're them. And now they're going room to room, maybe cleaning or putting stuff in a very specific area because they're not allowed to take the luggage with them. So it sounds like they might be going through room to room. I would say that I'm guessing that there's already people that have disembarked now. I think that we're just not getting a view of it. Yep, you got the little boat there. There's one boat on the right there, and then there's the little red boat here on the left. So multiple boats surrounding it right now. They're gonna bonfire it. Yeah, they might. Maybe they're just gonna. Maybe that's one of the things they've had to say is that you'll get an insurance payout for your clothing, items, luggage, everything, and we're just gonna incinerate it. I mean, that might be the safest way. Um, yeah. What are they supposed to wear from now on? I got no idea. Maybe they were only allowed the clothes they were wearing, sort of. Let's see. I don't see anything more about what's going to happen to their luggage, but they are not allowed to take it. It just says luggage of all guests will remain on board. I reckon it'll be incinerated. They're going to put it through a fire, I bet. Let's see. Yeah, that's what they're saying. It'll be kept on board. They will be naked with bells. Two died on board and a third person died elsewhere. Gail said, if I'm staying somewhere for a while, I take a pillow and other things from home. Well, you wouldn't be allowed to bring it back after what happened here. But yeah, we're not getting the greatest of views now. I would have to think by now they've started to evac people. For whatever reason, they're not allowing us to have a camera angle of it. Just trying to see if there's any other updates. We're going to close down in about 5 minutes and get out of here for the night. We've been on for hours. This has been one of the longest live shows we've done in a long time. We have not done a 4-hour live show in a very long time. Just checking if we've got one more angle or not. It looks like AP are like one of the only. Yeah, I'm not seeing a much else going on, guys. That sort of looks like basically it. If they're taking people off, we're not seeing it. Here's a wider view for you. Carolina said you would have to wear every piece of jewelry you bought. Yeah, you would have to. Yeah, we'll stay to the top of the hour, see if they start giving us any better angle. If they don't, we will get out of here for the night. We're just about to get on to hour 4. So we've been on 4 hours tonight. It's been a long, and we did 3 hours last night too. Why are we doing such long live shows this weekend? What's going on? I blame all of you. I blame all of you. All the people out there. Missy said they'll probably quarantine their luggage and maybe send it to them afterwards. They can send it through like a radiation thing that can kill germs and stuff like that. But I just don't know if they want the risk of it. I have a funny feeling they're just going to incinerate it. It's the safest method. Watching a ship just sit. It's been the greatest night ever. It's been the best night ever. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to. They may disembark later, but geez, it's been a long process. Hey, we watched it come in at about 5:30 in the morning. It's now what 9 a.m. 9 a.m. in the morning now. Yeah, so we watched it come in about 5. Kelly said, enjoying the longer lives. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. It's a shame we're not going to get the payoff of actually seeing them disembark, but you win some, you lose some. I have a feeling if they've not already got people off already, like there's something weird going on. I would have suspected they'd already done some. Because it's just weird. We had that angle before. Here, I'll show you. We had this angle before, which had a great view of this area. And then all of a sudden, after this press conference, oh, they just had that. Wait, did the boat go? They've already taken people off, maybe. See the boat? It left? It may have already docked people on the other side. There you go. Then it came back. And there's the boat again. And then, yeah, it's almost like they did deliberately turn the boat. See, all the staff were watching too. They were all like watching that, what was going on down there. Yeah, I suspect the people are already off, guys. Or if they're not, they're probably close to coming off now. Still some people in their rooms, though, by the looks of it. No one seems like they're in a hurry to get off this ship. DRM news? I'll have a look. They got the same view that we've got. They've got the same view that you got right now on here. So your view, your guess is as good as mine as to what is going on. We see a lot of movement throughout the boat. A lot of staff and maybe other people going in and out of rooms, and we can see a little bit like perverts looking through windows right now. Yeah, I can't wait to see the staff party on the way back to Amsterdam. They're going to be like, "Oh, it's party time." All the people are gone. Let's get drunk. All the staff are going to be like living it up for like 4 days. So far, yeah, we're not getting too much more updates on it. I'm gonna guess since the tugboat has gone and come back a couple of times, maybe they have taken people already. All right, we're gonna get out of here for the night, guys. If they do disembark, I'll show it to you tomorrow. I will come back and hang out with you then. This has been a 4-hour live stream and hanging out, talking about this, and spending the evening with you. I hope it was a fun night. And I will be back tomorrow to hang out with you all. Back to true crime. Back to true crime tomorrow. Back to talking about trials, murders, and the bad people in our society that do that type of thing. So if you want to see more of that, subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. Hey, thank you to the people who donated. I appreciate it. I cannot do these long live shows without people who support the channel. It is not possible. So I want to thank Robert, Sean, and PS. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Very, very kind, very generous. Um, I will. Thank you to the mods. We'll be back tomorrow. And as soon as I end this live stream, they're going to change the angle and go back to the disembarkment. You watch. That's exactly what's going to happen. Good night, everyone. Bye. Have a happy Mother's Day. Say hi to your mum for me. See you later.